traditionally had won for decades, but lost in 2020. And let's start here with East Portland. That's where Anne-Marie Vaz is. She's the sitting MP, and she's up against Isa Buchanan. That's a must-win for the PNP. However, the JLP believe very strongly that they will be able to retain that seat for the JLP. Then we go to Northern Trelawney, which was talked about. That's where Tova Hamilton is up against Wickham McNeil, who was in Western Westmoreland. That's, again, one of the seats that the PNP hope they will win, or believe they will win, at the end of results tonight. Then we move into neighboring St. James, where Nikisha Burchell against Homer Davis, the former mayor. Homer Davis is running now for the third time. He won in 2020. He lost to Derek Kelly in 2016. He beat Walton Small, and now he's up against Nikisha Burchell. And then we go over into neighboring Hanover, Western Hanover. And that seat, of course, has been traditionally with the People's National Party for many, many years. And they're hoping to retain that seat or to win it back in this election. And of course, the three Westmoreland seats, Western Westmoreland, Central Westmoreland, and Eastern Westmoreland, where Ian Nails, Dwayne Vaz, and General Secretary Dayton Campbell, they are up against the JLP has changed their candidate. He's Garfield James. He's a former member of the PNP. And in Central Westmoreland, the JLP have George Wright running again to retain the seat for the Jamaica Labour Party. And we have Daniel Lawrence, the former MP, hoping that he will be returned for Eastern Westmoreland. And then we move over into St. Elizabeth, Northeastern St. Elizabeth, where Mr. Slowly is up against Julika Jess. The PNP believe they have that one, and I think the experts believe they will get that one back. And then we move over into Manchester in the south, where Peter Bunting is up against Ian Ives, and that is one seat that the PNP believe they will have at the end of tonight, and also the one that Peter Bunting lost in 2020, Central Manchester, where Rhoda Murray Crawford is up against Donovan Mitchell. Of course, she lost all 4 divisions, Belfield, Knockpatrick, Mandeville, and Royal Flat, in the local government elections last year, but she's done a lot of work. She has a very high profile. She's fixed some roads, and the JLP believe that she will be victorious at the end of the night. The PNP, of course, are equally confident they will retain the seat, which for many years, John Jr. had that seat, and then Peter Bunting, and they believe they will return that. And finally, the last 2, Southeastern St. Catherine, where Robert Miller is up against the former MP, up against Dr. Alfred Dawes. Robert Miller is hoping to retain the seat for the Jamaica Labour Party, but the PNP believe that Alfred Dawes will take it back for them. And finally, the Central Kingston, 2 divisions, Almond Town and Raytown, where the JLP surprised many people and picked up the seat in 2020, where the MP, Donovan Williams, he beat Imani Duncan to get that seat for the first time in decades, and he's up against former Superintendent Steve McGregor. The PNP have to win most, if not all, of those seats to bring them up to 25-26 to be in this race tonight, Dion.
Okay, thank you so much, Milton. Well, let's go over to the JLP headquarters. We have Andrea Chisholm there. Andrea, what's going on?
Thank you very much, Dion. Well, we're still here at the JLP headquarters on Belmont Road. Not a lot of activities are taking place at this point. We have more JLP supporters on the compound. I'm now joined by a spokesperson for the JLP, Ms. Kamina Johnson-Smith. Good evening, Mrs. Smith. Could you come this side for me, please?
Good evening, Andrea. Good evening to all your viewers. Good evening to all your viewers.
Well, you're live on TVJ. First of all, the JLP has been campaigning so much. You have launched your achievement booklets, then there was a manifesto, the education manifesto, then the last minute decision to increase the minimum wage when we were told of the amount. Did you think you did enough to get you across the finish line tonight?
Absolutely. I'm only going to contest you're calling it a last minute announcement.
The decision, the details.
The details in respect of our minimum wage increase, which I hope you were managing to view that the Minimum Wage Commission has supported. Okay, 'cause I wasn't hearing it on the news, but I did know that the Minimum Wage Commission supported the announcement and the phased approach and had confidence in it. So I wanted to make that point. But yes, we've had an excellent campaign, a positive one. We know that the PNP has been out there for 3 years, and they have been on the ground, up and down, length and breadth of the island. And we feel confident that not having mounted the same kind of campaign, not having come with blood and fire, but having come with substance, with performance, with delivery, with a better plan, and with, we hope, the trust and confidence of the people of Jamaica based on our achievements over the last 9 years. And the recognition that although there's been a strong narrative that has sought to destroy the reputation of the Prime Minister, and that there has been a strong effort to say that the macroeconomic indicators have not benefited the average Jamaican, that the Jamaican people recognize that we have the ability to deliver to them in a third term, having proved that we have been able to reach many communities, many families, many individuals in respect of job creation, and the almost tripling of the minimum wage in the last term. We feel that we have done enough to earn the trust of the people to take us safely into a third term.
What's your assessment of election day activities today?
Largely seamless. Regrettably, too many reports of slow voting, and we think that's something that we will have to take up with the EOJ. The equipment that was being used was either problematic, or the people who were using it had insufficient training. But whatever it was, I think the team is uncomfortable with the number of persons we heard of leaving the line, having joined the line at 8 and left at 11 because they have 3 hours to vote, and you're on the line the whole time. They did not feel confident to stay on. A little uncomfortable about the number of reports that we have of that. Similarly, there have been 1 or 2 allegations of, we had heard about the PNP planning to pay people to stay home. And we're waiting to see where that landed. We believe that our organization should overcome that. But we wait again for the actual results to show us where we landed.
We know it's still early, and very quickly, because I'm getting the wrap-up signal, what would a typical JLP candidate be doing at this point?
They're ensuring that their final statements of poll have been confirmed, ensuring that their preliminary counts are now underway and being properly supervised. And I guess some are making their way in to Belmont Road.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kamina Johnson-Smith, a spokesperson for the JLP. Dion, it's back to you in studio.
Okay, so viewers, here's the thing. Watch the 2-party headquarters, right? Anywhere you see people are gather, that's where they think they're winning. Because we don't hang around when people losing. So anywhere you see dark and empty, that's a sign that they think they're losing. We'll be back with our live coverage of Vote 2025. Will soon come. Thank you so much for staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections, vote 2025. I know you're seeing a lot of results with like 0 boxes, 0%. Don't worry, in a very short period of time, the results are going to be coming in thick and fast. In the meantime, Dwayne Anderson is at PNP HQ. Dwayne.
Historically, in some democracies, a low voter turnout favors the incumbent. Obviously, we're still waiting on the official count, but the last we got was around 30%, and with 2 hours to go, it's not certain it can go much, much further above 50%. So I'm now joined by Donna Scott Motley. She's a vice president here in the People's National Party. She was also a spokesperson in this campaign. Mrs. Scott Motley, what have you been hearing as to why the voter turnout would have been so slow and potentially so low today?
Well, let me just say, first of all, good evening to all your viewers. That is one of the disappointing things about today. The way in which the voting was conducted was very frustrating to our people who had just 3 hours in which to cast their vote. And some of the complaints we got was, for example, that people had to wait over 3 hours to vote. The fact that the electronic voting system just completely collapsed was another factor. And so people had to leave. I'm very disappointed about that based on the momentum which we had experienced and based on going all across the island. We had anticipated that this was going to be a record voter turnout. But I will say that, in my opinion, it is clear that our voters turned out early, voted early, and we are going to see the results. You can see from the excitement here in the atmosphere that the persons here are energized and expectant that we will be the government of Jamaica.
You'd have been watching a short while ago where Mrs. Kamina Johnson-Smith of the JLP was speaking with our reporter up there at their headquarters. You want to respond to those claims that PNP was paying people to stay home?
Well, I am totally shocked because everybody knows that the JLP has always had more money than the People's National Party. It's very, very clear that they saved a lot of campaign money because they used the office of government to do their advertising. You had ads being promoted right up to the election day, but ostensibly coming from the office of the Prime Minister. We know that they were able to hold back cash. We expected that they would try to suppress the vote by trying to buy.
Okay, we'll go back to Dwayne at the PNP headquarters a little later on. But first, any comment, Earl, coming out of those 2 interviews?
It's difficult. Well, both are, on the one hand, expressing confidence in the ultimate outcome.
Which they will do right up until they lose.
Right up until they lose one or the other. But that undercurrent of disappointment in terms of the turnout and what might have been some of the causative factors is something to be taken into consideration very seriously. We have been at this this transition to electronic voting for quite some time now. And I think there will be questions after this as to why we have not reached where we need to reach in terms of perfecting that system.
Yeah, Emily, anything you heard there from either Mrs. Johnson-Smith or Donna Scott Motley?
No. I think the people now we're interested to hear where are we with the numbers. It is now an hour and a half since the official close of poll. We should be getting some numbers in. All of the postmortem about who paid what and who was saving what, we can have that later. But right now, I'm interested in the numbers, and I think the people are.
Well, having said that, it's back to Electoral Office with Kalisha.
Thank you so much, Dion. As you said earlier, the numbers are coming in steadily. I know a lot of people may be wondering why we're not getting the numbers a little bit faster, but things will definitely pick up as it gets closer to further in the evening. I can now say, Dion, looking at this chart behind me, the results dashboard, the People's National Party, still early days, I must say, People's National Party leading in 13 constituencies, while the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in 9 constituencies. I'm going to read a few of the constituencies in terms of the progress so far, and we're seeing Clarendon with the largest progress so far, 20% of the boxes counted, and we're seeing the People's National Party leading in Clarendon North Central, 1,499 votes for the People's National Party, to the Jamaica Labour Party's 931 votes, and the JPP, 3 votes in that constituency. I'm going to move over. I'm going to ask the videographer to just follow me as I go to the desk right here. On this computer, we're seeing a map. Well, it went blank for a few minutes, but just bear with me while I try to bring it back up in terms of but we try to bring up the maps a little later on, Dion, looking at the specific candidates in some of the constituencies, having some issues there with the computer. But I can say, I know lots of persons may also be wondering why we have not received the final voter turnout for this evening. I've been trying to get some information from the Director of Elections, Glasspool Brown. He has not spoken to us all day, and the last time I checked, he informed us that he'll be doing one interview with all the media houses. So we are still waiting on that, waiting to see what the voter turnout will be like for this evening. So that's all we have for right now. It's back to you.
Thank you so much, Kalisha. So she says at this point, PNP leading 13, JLP leading in 9. Very, very early days yet, and we'll continue to update that. And even the results that we're seeing coming in are still pretty early. So you're seeing, for instance, in Catherine North Central, we're seeing the JLP's Neil Powell with 176 votes, Natalie Nita Garvey with 165. But again, that's 4 boxes out of 108 at this point. So Central Kingston, still just 1 box we're seeing. I think we saw that earlier on as well. Where the PNP's Steve McGregor is trying to unseat the JLP's Donovan Williams. So any surprises in relation to the speed at which we're seeing the results? Because I'm looking, it's 20 to 7 now. I mean,
no, I don't think so. I mean, it's going to step up. Some of these boxes are coming from rural Jamaica. Information may take a while to get there. So, I mean, the results are coming in, and that's the most important thing. And the Jamaican people can see that for themselves right here on TVJ. So, my view, though, is that if we had so much, well, in some of the areas, we had some challenges today, then, of course, I think it's just going to carry out through the night. So, we may experience some hiccups over there at the counting centers where we're getting the information from.
Seeing St. Thomas Eastern, there are 5 boxes out of 128. The PNP is Yvonne Shaw. Okay, that changed. Portland Western, 2 boxes of 104. The PNP is Doreen Campbell with 75 votes. Darrell Vaz with 37 votes. Again, very, very early. And we see Michael Aiken there coming on the board. St. Anne Southeast, we have Kenneth Russell of the PNP, 44 votes to Adion Pearce, 9, just 1 box counted so far out of 131.
If I could just come in here as well, one of the big seats that I'm certainly looking at for the night, Southwest St. Elizabeth. It's a weather vane seat. It has for the last 5 elections voted with a winning party. It is now held by Floyd Green. I'm seeing it is now, well, he has 71 votes to 16 to Miranda Wellington. It's just 1 box that's counted out of 113, but this is a crucial seat based on how the voting goes. It will give us an early indication as to what is likely.
Here's St. James Southern with Nikisha Burrell, 243 votes. The Homer Davis has 198, 4 boxes counted out of 110.
Right.
We're talking about that constituency a little bit earlier, watching it very closely. Westmoreland Central, 2 boxes out of 120. George Wright of the JLP, 101. Dwayne Vaz with 74. Kathleen Greenwood with 1. Don Foot, no votes so far, just 2 boxes out of 170.
Right. I'm seeing here for Central Kingston. Did you just touch Central Kingston?
Kind of came and went.
Okay, came and went. So that is.
I wanted to draw historical reference to that constituency, Central Kingston, because it's a constituency of great sentimental value to the PNP.
Yep.
First won by Michael Manley in 1967, over E.K. Powell, and it
Yes.
was a very, very tight election there.
Yes.
I think the percentage was Manley 49.68 and E.K. Powell 49.19. That was how close it was. And I don't know, perhaps it's returning to that kind of competitive contest in Kingston Central.
Right.
Just one box so far for St. Elizabeth Southwestern, Floyd
Yes, that's the
Green,
one I mentioned a
71
moment
votes
ago.
to 16 for Miranda Wellington.
And
Yeah.
it depends on the particular division in which
It really does depend on the
yes,
division.
she's strong. She is strong below on the western side of the bridge, or as some would say, the northern side of the bridge in Black River and Brompton, those divisions. And Floyd Green is strong in Mountainside and the Pedro Plains division.
Okay, let's take a break. We'll be back shortly with more from our election results show. Will soon come. Thank you so much for staying with us. You're watching TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections, Vote 2025, wherever you are, because we're across all our platforms. So thank you so much for watching on TV, on One Spot Media, on YouTube, on radio. Well, right now, let's go back over to Milton at the Smart Board, who will tell us what the Jamaica Labour Party needs to do to win tonight.
All right, thank you very much, Dion. Now, the Jamaica Labour Party, they also need to retain several seats which they won in 2020, and they have to win in order to remain in government. And let's start in St. Thomas, East St. Thomas, where the former Mayor Rosemary Shaw is up against the incumbent Michelle Charles of the Jamaica Labour Party. That's a very intense battle, and that's certainly one of the seats that we are watching tonight. Then we move to West Rural St. Andrew, where Juliette Cuthbert is up against, Joan Gordon Webley, who was a former MP for East Rural St. Andrew. She won that seat in 1980 and retained it in the non-contested election in 1983, but lost in 1989. Now she's competing for the PMP. Again, that's also a major battle. Then we move over into St. Mary, where we have Norman Dunn, the current MP, up against Christopher Brown of the People's National Party. And that's a real intense battle. The JLP feel they have it. The PMP think they will be able to hold it for at the end of tonight, but let's see. And in Western St. Mary, where the JLP chairman, Robert Montague, is in an intense battle against Omar Woodbine. He lost all these the divisions, including he lost the major division, the Gale division in let's go back to it. He lost the Gale division in 2024 in the local government election. That's a JLP stronghold, and many people have written him off, but Bobby Montague is a fighter, and the JLP believe they will be able to hold that seat. Then we move over into St. Anne. Northwest, it's not coming up, but that's where Krista Lee is up against Gabrielle Morris. That one is a very intense battle where the JLP believe that Crystal will be able to retain that seat. She defeated the former MP Dayton Campbell in 2020. Now we move into St. James, West Central St. James. Sorry, not sure why that's not coming up. West Central St. James, right? That's where the current MP Marlene Malou Fort, the Minister of Justice of Legal Affairs, she is up against Andre Horton. She defeated him in 2020, but Andre Horton has been in that constituency ever since. He's not left. He's doing a lot of work in there, and the PMP believe that's one of the seats that they will hold at the end of the night. Then in Hanover, Eastern Hanover, that's always been a swing seat, and the jail people believe, even though they lost all the divisions in that seat in the 2024 local government elections, they believe they will be able to hold on to that seat. And in Southwest St. Elizabeth, the Agriculture Minister Floyd Green is up against Miranda Wellington, a hometown girl as well, and that's an intense battle going on there. Generally, the party that wins the general election wins Southwest St. Elizabeth as well. So that's certainly a seat that we'll be watching as well. Northwest Clarendon, where Richard Azan, the former MP, is up against Warren Newby. Warren Newby went in that seat late. The JLP had some major problems. The man who was elected, Philip Enriquez, he literally just was absent. And that really affected the JLP organization in the seat. Warren Newby has gone in early this year, and it's hoped that he would have done enough. But even some JLP people believe that it's too late for Warren Newby to hold on to that seat for the JLP. And in Northern Clarendon, where you have the current MP, Dwight Sibley's, up against the former cricketer, Wavell Hines, another intense battle. JLP insiders tell me that they think Sibley's is home. PMP people believe that Wavell Hines will hit him for 6 out of the park and take it for the night. Those are some of the seats that must be won. We also have, I'm running out of time, East Central St. Catherine, where Raymond Price for the PMP is up against the MP Alonda Terrelong. A very, very intense battle between those two. And we'll watch and see what happens throughout the evening. Dion?
Thank you so very much, Milton. And, you know, Milton mentioned a number of constituencies there that are really fascinating that I'm watching closely as well. But we are going to be going to our colleague at the Gleaner, Jovan Johnson, first of all, to give us a little hint and an insight into what's been going on at the Gleaner. Jovan?
Hi, thank you so much, Dion. We had a very strong network of correspondents and reporters across the country, giving us all kinds of stories so that we're able to deliver for our audience rich commentary and reportage on what has happened today in Jamaica's 19th general elections. And we had very interesting stories. We had my colleague Christopher Thomas out of Montego Bay had an interesting story from Nikisha Burchell, the People's National Party's candidate for St. James Southern, who said she was tearful, having been accompanied by her father to vote, and she's seeking to become the first woman to win or to represent that seat out west. And we also had in St. Thomas, the issue of inclusion is very important in our elections. And we had Tanisha out of St. Thomas, who gave us a story of persons with disabilities, as well as members of the persons who are elderly, and how they have been navigating the terrain sort of to reach polling stations and to cast their votes. And this sort of leads back to the issue of the long lines and the long wait times that we've had. Something that, of course, we're all looking to hear from the Electoral Office of Jamaica on, but what they had to brave to cast their ballots. Now, right now, the newsroom is, to use the cliche, a buzz with activities where pretty much the production and the online news desk, because all of us across the country, I'm sure, are prepared and are trying to roll out our results and to watch them as they come in. And among the seats, we've mentioned them: Kingston Central, Clarendon Northwestern, Manchester Central, among those that we're paying attention to. And then, of course, there is the burden of delivering to our audience and our readers tomorrow a very important paper that both chronicles the results of the election today, as well as the stories behind the results, what it means for the leaders of the party, Dr. Andrew Holness for the Jamaica Labour Party, who's trying to lead the party to a third consecutive win, as well as for Mark Golding, who is trying to have a PNP comeback. Back to you, Dion.
Thank you so much, Jovan. Now we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, more of our ongoing live coverage of Vote 2025 will soon come. Thank you so much for staying with us for our live coverage of the 2025 elections for 2025. And, you know, still a little bit slow on some of the results, but want to share with you. We're starting to see some of the numbers build up. And here we have North Trelawney, still just 2 boxes out of 146. Tova Hamilton of the JLP with 128 votes. Wickham McNeil with 51.
Yeah, I think we mentioned that this is one of the seats that if the PNP is going to win tonight, they have to take this back. It's a traditional PNP seat, but there is
St. James West Central, 2 boxes of 106. Marlene Malahoo, 4th of the JLP, 76 votes. Andre Horton of the PNP, 61. Clifford Barnett, 1 vote. That's 2 boxes out of 106. Here's St. James Southern, and there we have 4 boxes out of 110. The PNP's Nikisha Burchell with 243 votes. The JLP's Homer Davis, 198. Leon Cunningham with 1 vote. Okay, let's go over now to the EOJ and Kalisha.
Thank you. Can you go? Thank you so much. So we are now joined live on air with the Director of Elections, Glasspool Brown. Mr. Brown, we've seen today lots of concerns from persons in regards to the EVIS system, as well as persons waiting for hours in line. What went wrong today from the ECJ's perspective?
Well, we are doing our assessment. There are a number of things that we had some issues with, but there were some positives. The issue in terms of the line, in terms of the pace at which it moved, a number of our electors continued to come to the polling station with expired voting cards, and that extended the time, the period, the processing of it. So that impacted on it. However, by tomorrow, we'll be doing our detailed assessment in terms of what took place today.
But I'm sure, Mr. Brown, that would not cause the delays that we're hearing from some persons waiting for up to 4 hours. And then in one instance, when persons were told in the constituencies where you have the EVIS systems, 7 constituencies, the scanner was not working and persons could not use their ID. Why didn't the ECJ make arrangements for persons to just use their ID just in case the system failed?
No, that was in place. You know, at one point we paused of about 4 of the 7 constituencies. Bear in mind, now we have 63 constituencies. Therefore, the assessment must be looked at the entire execution of the election across the island. In those 7 constituencies, we have an issue in terms of the machine. We paused and then went to the manual system in terms of 4 constituencies. The other 3 continued and it flowed properly. So I said we're going to do the assessment in terms of all the issues, and we'll see where we go from there.
We're still waiting on the final voter turnout for this evening. Can you say if we can, the final voter turnout?
We are telling the final vote now. Up to 3 p.m., it was approximately 30%. So we continue to that. In a short while, you know the total turnout for the day.
Thank you so much, Director of Elections, Glasspool Brown. And of course, we'll have some more updates with you as soon as possible.
Thank you so much. And, you know, I just saw the results for St. Thomas Eastern on screen, but again, that kind of went by a little fast. We're just talking there about, we're just looking at 5 boxes counted so far.
I think based on my screen here, it's 3.9% voted down, 166 for the JLP, 201 for the PNP, 3.9% of the votes counted in St. Thomas Eastern at the moment.
St. Anne Southeastern, just 1 box of 131. Kenneth Russell of the PNP with 44 votes. Edian Peart, I think we saw this before, so we're still at the one box, haven't progressed.
Dion, before we get further into the numbers, I wanted to take you back or to take a little bit of a human interest to look at 3 of the candidates. You mentioned Joan Gordon Webley, who is now running in West Rural St. Andrew. She won East Rural St. Andrew for the Jamaica Labour Party in 1980. I think she is one of 3 active politicians or candidates now who are survivors from that 1980 election.
Wow.
It is Joan Gordon Webley, Ed Bartlett, and Dr. Horace Chang. Those were the Young Turks. I think they were among the youngest of the candidates in 1980. This is 45 years later. And so I just thought that, you know, this is an interesting thought. You know, people, we tend sometimes to look down on people who get to a certain age. But the fact that these three persons from 1980 are still with us is for the people. It's for the people to decide whether they want to persist with them.
And interestingly, with Joan Gordon Webley as well, she contested East Rural St. Andrew in, I think, 2016 against Damian Crawford when she was a member of the Jamaica Labour Party.
Yes.
And it is 2011, yes. And it is fascinating now that she has crossed the floor from the Jamaica Labour Party and is no longer in East Rural. Remember Damian Crawford, as well, as I said, went up in East Rural, then he moved to Portland Eastern, and now he is in St. Catherine Northwest seeking to take the seat that Hugh Graham had, which is Bobby Pickersgill's old seat. But here's Joan Gordon Webley putting up a fight against Olympian Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, and by the early numbers here, very, very early at this stage, but the PNP seems to be leading in that constituency. I'll pull that.
Another quick point about the history of West Rural.
Sorry, hold on, Earl. I think Ron was
I just want to point out that she ran in 2011, Joan Gordon Webley, for the Labour Party, lost to Damian Crawford, and she ran in 2016 for the PNP in East Rural St. Andrew, and now she's over in West Rural St. Andrew.
Yeah. Did she run 2016 in East, or was it Imani?
2020.
Imani was in East Rural in 2016 against
and then Joan was
Juliet.
here in 2020 against Juliet.
Something else that's fascinating about West Rural is that, like Joan Gordon Webley, who is a crossover from the JLP, Dr. Mavis Gilmore and Madame Rose Leon, both of them represented both the PNP and the JLP.
That's right.
Both of them ran in West Rural St. Andrew.
And in Central Kingston, that rich history you spoke about earlier on, because I think Central Kingston was one of the original 32. Madame Rose Leon has interest and has represented in Central Kingston as well, which is part of the reason I think the PNP wants to make sure that that seat comes home. But as I mentioned a moment ago, the early numbers for West Rural, I'm seeing 5.7% votes counted so far. JLP 379, PNP through Joan Gordon Webley is now at 483. Yeah, but for me, watching West Rural, it really depends on where the boxes are coming from, and we never have an indication on that because Brandon Hill is the PNP's bastion in West Rural St. Andrew. So if that's where they're coming then.
Hold that thought for a moment. Let's go back into the field. Jamila Maitland on location. Jamila, go ahead for me. Where are you? And tell us what's going on. Okay, we'll get back to her in just a moment. St. Catherine North Central, 4 boxes of 108. Neil Powell of the JLP, 176. Natalie Nita Garvey, 165. Clifford, you looked as if you were coming in just now.
I was just thinking most of these seats that are like, I guess, traditional PNP seats, they don't shake me, or I think are shaking the party, because it's just the Ps that are coming in. So most of these seats we aren't really worried about. We're just like by an hour or two, I guess we'll see where we are in general.
So
but
you're saying to run just second.
Yeah. But on the point with Joan Gordon Webley, I think she's one of those women or just people in general that has an aptitude to serve no matter where they go. So it doesn't matter if she switched sides, she just wants to serve.
Wow, that's you practice that spin.
No.
I just want to jump in on that as well. The work is being done in the Brandon Hill division.
So hold on one sec. This is a West Rural St. Andrew. Joan Gordon Webley, 8 boxes of 144, 83. Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, 379. George Roach, 1 vote, and that's 8 boxes of 140. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the Brandon Hill division is predominantly, the PNP usually gets their numbers out there. But in the last election, they got 1537 to the Labour Party, 1307 in the COVID election. The Labour Party in 2016 got 1451. So you can see that work is being done in that seat and in that division to close that margin that the PNP usually have in the Brandon Hill division. But as you know, Lawrence Tavern, Stony Hill, Red Hills is strong Labour Party territories, and that is what will take us home tonight in West Rural St. Andrew.
You won all the 4 divisions in the local government election.
Hold on 1 second from everybody. Let's go back to Jamila.
It's a party-like atmosphere outside the Gregory Park Primary School here in St. Catherine East Central. Incumbent, the Alanda Terrelong rather, is going up against the PNP's Raymond Price. We also have an independent candidate here, Casey on Ratcliffe from the JPP. Now, the Jamaica Labour Party supporters are seemingly having an early celebration here while the ballots are being counted on the inside. There is a steady but consistent support here from the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Police officers are up ahead. On the other side of this crowd, you'll have the PNP supporters who are underneath their tents as well, taking it easy. But as you see, the celebration is really here with the JLP supporter. Now, this particular constituency is interesting because it's one of those steady but swing seats rather, and so the PNP rather would want to take this seat. Now, in this division, there are 3, in this constituency, there are 3 divisions. Southborough, you have Portmore Pines and Gregory Park. In Portmore Pines, that is where the PNP support is large, and that is where they're trying to get more of their supporters to come out to see if they could make a difference. In Gregory Park, however, there's an equal number of PNP and JLP supporters here. As I said, on the other hand, the PNP supporters are there having their own party. We're going to walk through the crowd to get a little bit of the excitement that we're seeing. Lots of music, jubilation in the streets, while the final ballot is being counted on the inside. We're making our way through the crowd here outside the Gregory Park Primary School in St. Catherine East Central.
Okay, well, everybody obviously enjoying themselves there. We haven't so far seen any official results coming there. And we have St. Catherine South here, 6 boxes of 150. The PNP's Fitzjackson 380. The JLP's, okay, Delroy Dobney, I think that was. St. Catherine North Central, 4 boxes of 108. Neil Powell of the JLP 176. Natalie Nita Garvey 165. Carlton Bailey with 1 vote here. And we haven't progressed in Kingston Central, still seeing that 1 box out of the 80. We've been seeing that for a little while. And of course, a lot of times you see this happen and then suddenly you're at 80 or 90% of the count. So we can expect that that's going to be happening shortly.
Right.
East Kingston and Port Royal, 2 boxes of 91.
We don't need to hear that one.
Well, you know, let's not have our listeners feel that we have forgotten.
Well, it was one by the JLP once.
Yeah, once, never again.
1980.
Not likely. St. James South at the moment, we're watching that. We're really expecting that's one of the seat, Clifford, that you have to take back. 3.6% of the vote counted.
The problem, you know, Emily, is that what we have here on either side are 2 people who are emphatic, that they're confident. Them are going to take back their seat and them are hold on to them seats. So I don't know.
It's a good thing we don't listen exclusively to them because we come with independent analyses. So it's 3.6% of the votes counted. JLP 198, PNP 243. So the PNP is leading there at the moment. But again, it depends on the division that those boxes are coming from. So we're watching Westmoreland Eastern, a seat you need to take as well. At the moment, officially, 5.7% counted. And the PNP is leading by 6 votes, 259, to the JLP's 253. That's Dr. Dayton Campbell against Daniel Lawrence in the constituency of former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson.
Eastern Portland, 2 boxes of 140. Anne-Marie Vaz, 195. Isaac Buchanan, 103. Tracy Ann Gillespie Harris, no votes so far. So that's just 2 boxes there out of Portland Eastern.
Can I just jump in to say, St. James Southern, right?
Yes.
If you look at the data, in 2016, Labour Party, 6,216, but you notice in the COVID election, would have increased our numbers in that seat, 7,245 votes. So a lot of work has been done in that seat. We expect the Labour Party to have a good showing there this evening.
We're going to go to hold on. We're going to go to break, but just before that, we ask members of the public how important they think this election is to them. Take a look.
How important have this election been to you?
Well, it's very important to me, you know, boss. You see me, because I want this thing to go ahead away, you know, you see me? You don't know. We want to get rid of and put up a put in. And you understand me? I say the thing the right way.
Choose Jamaica our time. Yeah, Andrew Jones do a lot. I know Mark going with a plan. Him don't have a plan. Andrew Jones have a whole heap of plan. Whole heap of plan Andrew Jones have. And tell you something good to me. I fly from foreign, come to Jamaica just for this.
This election is very important as a young person because the future of Jamaica is rested in Mark Golding, who is the leader of the People's National Party.
Very, very important because it will make all of the young people eat food and do better. What I mean? And to do a lot to
Thank you so much for staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections, listening here to the two politicians talking. So we're going to be sharing some results with you, but just before that come, I know so I get WhatsApp from all over Jamaica, so come, each one need to let off something for me. Ron, come talk to us, tell us what you're hearing.
Well, we're hearing some good data is coming in so far. We just want to continue to watch it. I still think that there are some seats to watch. I know my friend over there is looking at Eastern St. Andrew. I believe we're doing extremely well there so far. We should win that one.
That's Favor
Yes,
Williams
that's
and
the winner
Patricia
there,
Duncan
see.
Sutherland.
Yes.
All right, and Clifford, come, let
I
off.
think we're expected to like beautifully in South St. James, as I said before. And others, I think, it just reflects what we're seeing with EOJ. That's all I've got so far. But it's in tandem with EOJ's projections.
Okay, want to share with our listeners and our viewers, reminding, of course, that we know we have listeners on radio as well as some of our viewers who are blind. So want to bring you up to date with some results. So here we go with Hanover Western, just one box so far there. The JLP's Tamika Davis, 194 votes. PNP's Heather Miller Bennett, 173. And there are 0 votes for Leonard Sharp so far, but it's just one box.
Westmoreland Central, you see Westmoreland Central? Or we're at Southwestern?
Southwestern, yeah.
St.
We had
Elizabeth.
this before, I think it's just one box. St. Elizabeth, Southwestern, Floyd Green of the JLP, 71 votes. Miranda Wellington of the PNP, 16. Just one box, so.
Right. Other big seat we're looking for in St. Elizabeth is Southeast. We haven't heard anything from there as yet. So too, St. Mary Western, nothing on the board from EOJ just yet.
Here's Manchester Southern, 2 boxes of 120. The PNP's Peter Bunting, 126. The JLP's Ian Ives, 61. And Karen Scott at 1 vote. And of course, Manchester Central, was somebody asking about this. 6 boxes of 139. The JLP's Rhoda Crawford at 349. Donovan Mitchell, 271 votes. This one, of course, going to be one of those interesting ones. Can, one of those that was lost during COVID, and can first time MP Rhoda pull it back. Okay, Manchester Northwest, 1 box out of 104. The PNP's Mikhail Phillips, 76. JLP's Damian Young with 41. And Trisha Stewart Angus, 1 vote. Let's see, what do we have coming up next? Okay, have we progressed here? St. Catherine North Central, 4 boxes of 108. The JLP's Neil Powell, 176. The PNP's Natalie Nita Garvey, 165. Carlton Bailey with 1 vote.
I think we're stuck there.
Yeah.
I think I saw something for West Central St. James. We're seeing this is Marlene Malahoo Fort being challenged by Dr. Andre Horton. 1.9% of the votes counted. 76 to Malahoo Fort, 61 to Dr. Andre Horton, West Central St. James.
And we have it up there on the screen.
Yes.
But that has also been stuck there for a little while. Here's St. Mary Southeast with, let me see, that's 4 boxes out of 112. I think after this one, I'm going to call in Emily and Earl to help with the reading. The JLP's Norman Dunn, 259, and Christopher Brown of the PNP, 237. Mark Hutchinson at 1 vote. So Earl, let me let you take the next few.
St. Mary's Central, Omar Newell of the PNP, 516 votes, that's 64.2%. Nathaniel Maraj of the JLP, 286 votes, 35.6%. And Rena Rose Cargill, she has 2 votes, 0.2%. That would be a hold for the PNP if they were to win tonight.
Yes.
Clarendon Central, Delroy Williams of the JLP, 415 votes, 81.1%, to Carla Watt of the PNP, 96 votes, 18.6%. Casey and Radcliffe, 1 vote, and this is the seat that Mike Henry held for half a century.
Yes, nearly a full century, that's right. And Delroy Williams really just got in there a couple of weeks ago. In fact, the by-election could not even be held in his division because of all sorts of issues related to that. So we're not expecting any massive change in that seat at all.
So Delroy Williams moves from the, if he wins it, moves from the upper to the lower house.
Yes. Yes, he's moving down.
Okay.
We're seeing St. Catharines Southwestern and Dr. Kurt Wall of the PNP, 402 votes. Everald Warmington, 350. Gilbert Edwards, 2 votes. That used to be a seat that the PNP used to do well in.
Long before Everald Warmington.
Yeah, Roddy Lawson and a couple others. But since Everald Warmington got there, he has been dominating.
And in fact, I think he's always won this seat with over 11,000 people voting for him. Him plus Western St. Mary, Bobby Montague, always the most in terms of electors casting their votes for them.
Let's go back to JLP headquarters now. Andrea Chisholm.
Dion, it has started to drizzle here at the JLP headquarters. I don't know what effect that may have on the turnout for the supporters later on this evening, but we'll be here to see what's happening. For now, a few more individuals have arrived on the compound. We can tell you that the JLP's General Secretary, Dr. Horace Chang, has also arrived, and he said that the JLP at this point is feeling pretty comfortable. But for now, I'm going to talk to our reporter, Laverne Barrett from the Gleaner, senior reporter from the Gleaner. Laverne, good evening. Thanks for joining us on TVJ. You were in a number of constituencies today, including Kingston Central. Talk to me about what happened on the ground.
Indeed. Myself and my colleague, Ashanti Lawson, we were in Kingston Central and we were in St. Andrew Eastern. Just like, everywhere else is reporting, there were pockets of issues. For example, at Kingston Technical High School, we saw the PNP supporters objecting to the JLP's candidate, Donovan Williams, going on to the compound. But the police, they quickly came in and they quelled that by explaining to the PNP supporters that he is allowed on the premises for 5 minutes in each polling divisions. Now, there are 8 polling divisions in Kingston Technical High School, which means he would have been allowed there for about 40 minutes. Elsewhere, as we spoke off camera, Almontown is an area that was dominated by the PNP for decades. What we saw today in Almontown was people openly wearing JLP paraphernalia saying, look, the issues that matters to us is what the MP, Donovan Williams, has delivered. Roads, light, you name it. What they have said is that, look, we have gone through years of People's National Party representation. And what have we to show for it? Nothing. So why not give somebody else an opportunity to do for us what we want them to assist us with?
And that's not surprising, Laverne, because I was on the ground as well in Kingston Central doing a constituency profile. And that was a little surprising as well when you went into Almontown, a traditional PNP stronghold with individuals there. Some even told me that they had switched political parties at the time. Did you happen to see Mr. Lawrence Rowe?
No, I did not. I did not see him during all of my traverse in the constituency today. But what I can tell you is that those people in Almontown, they are not afraid to let it be known that they are not going back to the People's National Party.
Okay, well, we'll wait to see what happens later on when the results come out. But what about the other constituencies, very quickly? Where else did you go?
St. Andrew Eastern. And one of the things that we did, we were talking to some of the voters, asking them to tell us what motivated them, what pushed them to come out to cast their ballots. And one of them very pointedly said to me that the proposal he heard from the PNP candidate about creating a university town in that space. As you know, the University of Technology is there, the University of the West Indies is there, and what they've said is that that idea specifically appeals to him, and that is the reason why he came out to vote. Some people raise the issue of corruption, others the issue of tradition. My father voted JLP, my mother voted PNP. So those are some of the issues that people were talking about.
Thank you very much. Laverne Barrett there, our colleague from the Gleaner, giving us his experience about what happened on the ground today. Dion?
Thank you so very much, Andrea. Let's go to a break. We'll be back with our live coverage of the 2025 elections right after this.
Do you feel like your toes are crunched or your foot is flat or you have stiff feet that feel like they're impossible to stretch? What if I told you the problem isn't your feet, but the way you're
And we're back with you with TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections. Before we go back to some more results as well as our panel, let's go to PNP headquarters with Dwayne Anderson.
People familiar with the geographical layout of St. Andrew will know that the PNP's headquarters here on Old Hope Road is smack in the middle of what you call a PNP Bastille here in southeastern St. Andrew. And I say that because with each passing minute, the PNP supporters are just flooding into here, just glancing at the crowd right now. I'd say about 400 or 500 people are here, and they're here confident that their party is going to win tonight. But among the people here tonight is my colleague from the Gleaner, senior reporter, Kimon Francis. Kimon, you were on the road today. You went in parts of St. Catherine, parts of St. Andrew and Kingston. What did you observe specifically in those battleground seats?
It was a bit strange today, and I say strange in the sense that customarily in elections, you see the parties' bases, they're out in their numbers. Today, I had to literally go into the garrisons, deep into the garrisons, to see the base and to hear from them. What I saw in a lot of the communities was really the middle income earners, working class, upper middle.
Give me a minute, Kimon. Sorry, we're doing a live on TV, so could you just step back and give me a couple of minutes, please? Thank you. You can speak to me afterwards. Kimon, you were saying about the middle class voters?
Right, we were seeing middle income earners, upper middle income, just lining up, waiting for hours to vote. We didn't see much of the base support, as I said previously.
Continue speaking, it's fine.
Interestingly, when I spoke to a senior member of the People's National Party, what they said to me was that we have 14 and the goal is to keep that 14, and we're really looking at 21 more minimum to add to that to take us across the line.
No, we've been hearing complaints left, right, and center about slow voting, low turning. It's fine. Thank you very much. But one particular thing that we must note that here in Jamaica is that employers are required and encouraged to send home their workers a little bit early so they can vote. While coming through Western St. Andrew in particular on Spanish Town Road, we saw this massive buildup of traffic where I'm imagining some voters would have been in that traffic. You were able to find out what was going on. What happened for those 2-3 hours where people were just stuck in traffic?
And what was happening was that supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party and the People's National Party, I don't want to say clash, but they met. And what I saw was actually a sight for sore eyes, given our history. They were dancing. So the police were working to try and clear the traffic, but not aggressively. They wanted people to interact, but it did cause, a pileup.
Thank you. Kimon and I, we're here at the PNP's headquarters, and I'm imagining based on how slow the voting is going, we could be here until around midnight or 1 a.m., but we'll be sure to bring you whatever newsworthy happens. It's back to you in the studio. Dion.
Thank you so much, Dwayne. Well, as we were saying earlier, though, a lot of times what you have is you have this very slow period, and then all of a sudden the results just start pouring in, a tsunami of results a lot of the time. We're not quite at that point yet. So when we look at a lot of the results, so for instance, we're seeing East Portland on the screen there. We've been stuck at this particular result for a little while, just 2 boxes. And here we go. I don't think we've read this before. We have St. Ann Northeastern, 17 boxes of 147, Matthew Samud of the JLP with 885, Ryan Simpson of the PNP with 686. And Emily, let me ask you to take the next couple of results.
Right, so this is Trelawney Northern, 16 of 146 boxes counted. Earl, I think you're in better eyesight than I am at the moment.
Yes.
line of sight.
October Hamilton, 928.
Let me hand over the baton properly to you, Earl.
Yes.
Take the baton, Earl.
October Hamilton, 928 to Wickham McNeil, 662. So she has 58%, and he has, well, let's move on to Trelawney Southern. 186 for Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, and Paul Patmore of the PNP, 156. That is 5 boxes of 96.
And we expect Marissa Dalrymple Philibert to hold that.
7 boxes out of 120 in Manchester Southern. Peter Bunting, 651 to Ian Ives, 439. So that's 59.6 to 40.2%. And the independent Karen Scott, she got 2 votes. Manchester Central, interesting one. Donovan Mitchell of the PNP, 809 votes to Rhoda Crawford of the JLP, 731. 13 of 139 boxes. Manchester North Western, Michael Phillips of the PNP, 220 votes, and Damian Young of the JLP, 167 votes. Tricia Stewart Angus still at 1 vote. So Michael Phillips has 56.7% of the votes to Damian Young, 43%. Trelawney Northern, we're back there, and it's 16 of 146 boxes. Has it moved? October Hamilton, 928 to Wickham McNeil, 662, 58% to 42%. Maybe I should make a point about Peter Bunting and Southern Manchester, but not specifically about Manchester Southern, but just Peter Bunting's career. Should he win tonight, he would be one of a very small number of persons, if he's not unique, to have won 3 different seats in Parliament. Started in Clarendon East, Southeast, then went to Manchester Central, and now in Manchester South.
Let me just throw in a quick apology for my viewers. We haven't been attributing the votes to the Jamaica Progressive Party. Those are the candidates that you're seeing coming up with a symbol of the praying hands behind them. They're actually not independents. They are members of the Jamaica Progressive Party, which fielded a number of candidates in the election. So my apologies to the party and the viewers for that. Yes, sir.
So we're now in Westmoreland Eastern, 7 boxes of 123, and you have Dayton Campbell leading, just so, with 259 votes to Daniel Lawrence of the JLP, 253. So that's 49.6% to 48.5%. And, well, St. Elizabeth North Western, Andrew Morris of the JLP, 76%, that is 697 votes, to Patricia Scarlett Forrester, 213 votes, that's 23%. And Mr. Edwards, Jason Edwards, he is 3%, 3 votes.
The Jamaica Progressive
Jamaica
Party.
Progressive Party. St. Elizabeth North Eastern, Delroy Slowly, the incumbent, 444 votes to Zulika Jess,
Yes.
147. And Joseph Pattison, he is 0 votes, and the JDP candidate 0 votes as well. So Delroy Slowly is comfortably ahead at the moment. St. Catherine East Central,
yes.
Orlando Terrelong, 84 votes, Raymond Price, 54 votes.
We've been stuck here.
One box out of 98.
Yeah, this has been coming up. We've been stuck here.
Well, this is one of the seats that the PNP needs to wrestle back tonight if they hope to win this election. Very crucial seat for them. Orlando Terrelong, I think, is looking for his third term. Third term at the moment, and it's not the first time he's facing Raymond Price. Raymond Price is always a great challenger. So we'll see what happens tonight.
St. Thomas Western, 6 of 163 boxes, and you have Hubert Williams of the PNP with 290 votes, and James Robertson, 229. Carleen Affleck of the JDP, 1 vote.
Hubert Williams, former mayor, and James Robertson, of course, several times up to bat. Okay, we've seen some progress here. St. Thomas Eastern, 28 boxes of 128. The PNP's Yvonne Shaw at 1,294. The JLP's Michelle Charles, 1,158. Claudius Wong at 11 votes. Jovian Blair of the Jamaica Progressive Party, 5 votes. So that's 28 of 128. That's about what? Sorry, I tried the maths and the maths now maths. All right, so let me move on. Manchester Southern, 8 boxes of 120. The PNP's Peter Bunting, 739 votes. Have we moved here?
I don't think so.
I don't think this moved.
Oh.
JLP's Ian Ives, 479.
No.
Okay, I think it just moved. As
This is a final.
Hold on.
120 of 120.
Okay, it kind of shifted on us there. So this is a complete result. And this is 120. Can we go back to that, please?
All right.
Can we go back to that? That's 120 out of 120. So that, there you go. So Peter Bunting has won Manchester Southern for the People's National Party, 8,573 votes, so 7,903 for Ian Ives.
So
Karen Scott, 21. Quick comment, everybody.
We have to say that Peter Bunting has made history.
Yes.
As Earl has just pointed out, he's the first man in Jamaica's history since 1944 to have won a seat in 3 different constituencies, first in Southeast, Clarendon, and then in Central Manchester, and now in South Manchester. Looking here as well, I see we're northwestern St. Elizabeth by the Electoral Office of Jamaica's numbers. Andrew Morris of the JLP has taken that over Patricia Scarlett Forrester, 5,555 versus 3,821 with 100% counted. When I look at Hanover, Westmoreland, 2 constituencies in Hanover, the PNP is leading in both of those at the moment, and it is leading in the 3 Westmoreland seats at the moment. We'll give you the breakdown very soon as to the number of boxes counted, but Eastern has 89.4% counted. Dr. Dayton Campbell is out, 6,595 out in front, ahead of the incumbent Daniel Lawrence, who is trailing with 5,012, with only about 10% of the votes to come in for Eastern Westmoreland.
Here's St. Thomas Eastern, 71 boxes of 128. The PNP is Yvonne Shaw, 3,700. Can we go back to that? Okay, I lost that. Western Westmoreland, okay, let's move on. 8 boxes of 138. The PNP is Ian Hales, 411. I don't feel we've moved here. Garfield James of the JLP, 351. This feels like one we've seen before.
I think there was movement in central Manchester. I don't know whether we could go back to that one.
So,
significant movement in central Manchester.
all right, we have here St. Elizabeth Northeast, 86 boxes out of 125. The PNP is Zalika Jess leading here, 5,504. The JLP is Delroy Slowly, 5,278. Sean Mary, 10 votes. Joseph Pattison. Sean Mary of the Progressive Party has 10 votes. Joseph Pattison of the UIC has 8 votes. So this is 86 boxes out of 125 for St. Elizabeth Northeast.
What is this? Clarendon Northwest. This is where newbie.
Hold on 1 second. We have a completed. Oh, yes, you read this already. My apologies. Go ahead, Emily. That's St. Elizabeth Northwest, but you had shared that with us already.
Right. So Northwestern, this is where Warren Newby of the JLP is up against Richard Azan. 91.7% of the votes counted. Richard Azan is leading 6,356 to Newby's 5,895. Not many boxes there left to go. We'll come back to that in just a moment.
Okay, let's see what's next. Anybody sweating here on either side of the table?
Holding on.
I'm drinking tea. Them a drink tea, viewers and listeners. Them a drink tea. Always a good thing to do.
Yes.
Yes. When you're a Jamaican, you don't know what to do. Drink tea.
So you needed to, Clifford, you needed to take South Manchester, which is the first JLP tree to fall tonight. And Peter Bunting has done that.
Yes.
Yeah. As I said, you're leading in all of Western Jamaica at the moment, and it looks as if for Eastern, that Dr. Dayton Campbell will reclaim that for the People's National Party, but the numbers are a little early in Central and in Western. Yeah. So your thoughts on taking South Manchester?
I mean, I think that was already a given for us. We already had as a comfortable take. Books, really, truly. I don't think there's anybody that really thought that the JP would have held on to as South Manchester. I think it's similar with South St. James as well.
Well, Eastern St. Andrew, which you needed to take as well, 91% of the votes counted. Fable Williams, 6,490. To Patricia Duncan Sutherland, 5,398. Ready to give that up? 9% of the boxes to be counted, but she's leading by just a shade under 900, 800, 900 thereabouts. So
I think a seat like that is something that goes down to the wire, down to the last count. I think there's possible headways we can make, and probably we will make it that seat.
Okay, we're going over to EOJ. Let's go over to EOJ with Kalisha.
Thank you so much, Dion. Now, I know you've been providing the latest numbers to our viewers, but we just saw a significant jump in the numbers here at the ECJ. Now, right behind me, I can see some of the constituencies where the counting has been completed. Manchester Southern, one of those constituencies that we have been watching closely. We're now seeing the People's National Party in that constituency, 8,573 votes to the Jamaica Labour Party's 7,903 votes. I know this is a lot for our viewers to digest, so I'll not go through every one of them, but now looking at another one where I'm seeing that the counting has been completed, St. Elizabeth Northwestern, we're seeing where the Jamaica Labour Party 5,555 votes and the People's National Party 3,831 votes. Now I'll get back to that board in a bit in another update, but right now I'm joined with my colleague from the Gleaner, Karen Madden. Karen, thank you so much for joining me. I know today we've been hearing about the concerns about persons being in line for hours. I voted in Southern St. Catherine. I got there around 10:18. I didn't leave until around 10:45. Some people may say it doesn't seem long, but there are only two persons in front of me. And what was your experience?
My experience is similar to yours, Kalisha. Same constituency. I voted at Belmont Park Primary School, a very busy polling station with probably about 15 PDs. So when I got there just after 7 o'clock, my mantra is early voting. So I got there just after 7 o'clock. When I got there, I joined a line outside the polling division, the polling station, which is very unusual. Probably about 15 or 17 people in that line. And then we went inside and had to line up again in front of your particular PD. And we were there in the steaming sun. It took about 40 minutes for the process to be completed. And everybody in the line was also saying that. And many experienced voters were saying that, that this is very, very unusual.
Okay, thank you so much, Karen. I'm going to go back to the board a bit. And we're seeing the People's National Party is leading in 30 constituencies and the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 33 constituencies. And as I mentioned earlier, we've seen a significant jump in terms of the progress in each constituency. Moving now to even St. Andrew Southeastern, where 89% of the boxes counted there. We're seeing the People's National Party 4,710 votes to the Jamaica Labour Party 2,827 votes. Going back to another constituency, I'm going down now to, St. Andrew Northeastern, where 94% of the boxes have been counted, and the Jamaica Labour Party leading in that constituency, 4,883 votes to the People's National Party's 3,555 votes. Karen, anything, and I know you covered in 2020, are you seeing anything that is really, I know there are some seats we've been watching closely, 12 of which, the Jamaica Labour Party won in 2020 that it hadn't won in years. Was there a particular constituency you were watching closely coming into this election?
Yes, certainly. I grew up in East Rural St. Andrew, so that's always a seat that is of interest to me. So I was watching that as among the seats that I was watching. I expected things to be different. I'm not an election expert by any means, but I expected things to be different in a non-COVID times as it was in 2020.
Thank you so much, my colleague from the Gleaner, Karen Madden. And Dion, of course, I'll have some more updates for you when you join me in the next live report. Reporting from the ECJ, I'm Kalisha Williams. It's back to you, Dion, in studio.
Thank you so much, Kalisha. And just to repeat what Kalisha just said in terms of the latest seats, what should I say, where they're leaning, JLP leading at this moment in 33, PNP leading in 30. We have up St. Andrew East Rural, but this is from way back when. I suspect the counting has changed significantly here. This is 3 boxes of 137. PNP's, okay, let's go to St. Thomas Western, 26 boxes of 163. JLP's James Robertson, 1223. The PNP's Hubert Williams, now 1,060. And Carleen Affleck of the Progressive Party with 9 votes. Okay, let's take a break and we'll come back. We'll get some more comment and lots more results.
Okay, so welcome to the CARB 21 watch party, and we are streaming live until the final result. That could be midnight, we don't know. And after that, we'll open the phone line so people can call in and share their thoughts on the election, the 2025 election. It's looking very interesting so far. And like and share the stream, please. And just stick and stay as the result continue to come in.
thank you so much for staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 election. So let me just do a temperature check first with our two politicals. And Clifford, you first. How are you feeling right now? What you're seeing?
We're feeling good. We're leading currently in the western part of the country, and as well as goes.
Your voice gone low.
I was saying we're leading in the western part of the country, and as
It's
the
not that you
saying
feel weak.
goes, huh?
It's not that you feel
No,
weak.
man, definitely strong over here, very strong. As the saying goes, where the west goes, the country goes. So we're hoping, and we believe that that saying will hold up.
Okay, Ron.
Well, we're still leading in 33 constituencies across the country, and we expect to win. That has been the position from day one, and we're going to stay to that. We have done the work, so I believe we're going to win. Not panicking, not nervous or anything. The numbers that we're getting is positive numbers, so we will form our third term at the end of the night.
St. Catherine Central on screen, 70 boxes of 118. Babsy Grange, 4,930 votes to Ramoni Lewis of the PNP, 1,181. I don't think anyone was in any real doubt about that.
Let's look at what is happening in Weather Vane, Southwest St. Elizabeth. 45.1% counted so far. Floyd Green, 4,146. Dr. Miranda Wellington has 3,762. That's in one weather vane. In the second weather vane in St. Elizabeth Southwest, 15%.
Southeast
rather. 15% of the boxes counted. The JLP has 991. That's Franklin Witter. And the PNP, that's Norman Scott, has 1,004. 15% of the boxes counted. So we're watching. I think we can safely say that Northeast St. Andrew has been won by Delroy Chuck, based on the numbers here in Northeast St. Andrew, with 93.7% of the boxes counted. He's at 4,884 to Stacey Knight's 3,556, 93.7% of the boxes counted. And also for Southeast St. Anne, where Matthew Samudo is the incumbent there, it looks by the numbers here that we can safely say that Matthew Samuda will continue to hold Northeast St. Anne. That's with 86.4% of the boxes counted. He's at 8,142, and his rival there is 5,873.
Can we go back to the St. Elizabeth seat that had Slowly and Jess, that had come up on
Northeast?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had it a little bit earlier, and
it
looks like a hard-fought battle there. There we go. So the PNP is Zulika Jess has 5,504 votes at the moment, and the JLP is Delroy Slowly 5,278. That's 86 boxes out of 125. 10 votes for Sean Myrie, 8 votes for Joseph Pattison.
And the other seat that has now been counted, dusted, and declared by the Electoral Office of Jamaica is St. Elizabeth Northwest, and that is the JLP's Andrew Morris taking that seat with 100% of the boxes counted. It's 5,555, not 6,666. To the PNP.
Has only ever been won by the PNP once, Mel Brown in 1993.
Yes, and the PNP's number there is 3831. So the JLP's Andrew Morris taking over there from J.C. Hutchinson, has won that seat. It's a school teacher, school principal face-off in this particular one, and it is Andrew Morris who has held on to that for the Jamaica Labour Party.
Good.
Okay, starting to see things shaping up here. And here is another of those we're watching closely. Clarendon Northwestern, 99 boxes out of 108. The PNP's Richard Azan has ahead at this point with 6,356. The JLP's Warren Newby, 5,895. Kevin Palmer of the Progressive Party, 24 votes. That's 99 boxes of 108. So that's about 500 vote difference at this point.
461.
Here's North Central Clarendon. We're about halfway there. 55 boxes out, 104. The JLP's Robert Morgan ahead with 2,709 votes. To the PNP's Oje Dixon, 2,245. Joy Johnson Roy with 15 votes of the Jamaica Progressive Party.
East Central St. Catherine, big one we're watching. Alanda Terrelong is trying to hold off Raymond Price there. Approximately 82% of the votes counted, and Alanda Terrelong is leading by 1,300 votes. He has 5,498, and the PNP's Raymond Price is 4,198 with 82% of the boxes counted in St. Catherine East Central.
Okay.
Western St. Mary, just 1.4% of the boxes counted in Western St. Mary, and it is 96 JLP, 43 PNP early yet.
Okay, I think we need another break, so stay tuned. We'll be back with more results for vote 25 right after this. Much for staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 election. Just to remind you, we are live across our platforms. We're on radio. We're on Radio Jamaica 94 FM. We're on Power. We're also on YouTube. So you can watch our coverage or listen to our coverage on any of those platforms. Okay, we're back with Clarendon Southeast. We are still pretty early, 22. This looks like something I've seen already. Have we? 22 boxes of 144. The JLP's Pernell Charles Jr., 1,431. Okay. On to Northern Clarendon. Clarendon Northern, 50. We're halfway there. 53 boxes of 100. The PNP's Wavell Hines, 2,847. The JLP's Dwight Siblis, 2,600. Judilyn Casey Edwards of the Jamaica Progressive Party with 10 votes. And let's go over to St. Thomas Eastern. I don't think we've moved here. 71 boxes of 128. Yvonne Shaw, 3,763. JLP's Michelle Charles, 3,354. And Jovian Blair of the Jamaica Progressive Party, 9 votes. And Claudius Wong with 22 votes. And Thomas Western, don't think we've moved much, have we? 26 boxes of 163. James Robertson, 1,223. Hubert Williams of the PNP, 1,060. Carlene Affleck of the Progressive Party with 9 votes. We have Trelawney North here. Earl, let me hand over to you for a little while.
Wickham McNeil of the PNP, 3,739. Tova Hamilton of the JLP, the incumbent, 3,402. So McNeil has a 4% lead over her. Trelawney Southern, Paul Patmore has now taken the lead in Trelawney Southern, 846 to Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, 838. That's one of those that the PNP was hoping to pick up, but it's still close. Too close to call now.
And early.
St. James Southern, very tight, 50 out of 110 bucks. Nikisha Bertel of the PNP, 2,776 to the incumbent Homer Davis, 2,731. And Leon Cunningham of the JPP, he has 10 votes. St. James West Central, Marlene Malahu Fort, the incumbent of the JLP, 2,211. Andre Horton of the PNP, 47.9%, 2,046. And Clifford Barnett, 10 votes. St. James East Central, Ed Bartlett, 3,765 to Rochelle Reed Knight, 2,439, 63 of 117 boxes. St. James Northwestern, Horace Strang, the incumbent, 3,992. Horace Strang of the JLP. Alan Bernard of the PNP, 2,322, 67 of 99 boxes. And in St. Ann Northwestern, Gabriela Morris has now taken a slight lead over Crystal Lee. Morris of the PNP, 4,533. Crystal Lee of the JLP, 4,433. And that's one of those seats that the PNP, I'm sure, was hoping to pull back. The PNP has traditionally done well in that seat as well.
Yes, I mean, the Labour Party won the seat in 2007, I think, and then we won it in 2020. So it's a very tight seat, and so this is one to watch.
Okay, we have our poster Don Anderson online with us now to give us a check-in in terms of what he's seeing. Don, thank you so much for joining me. So tell me what you're seeing at this point in the night. Okay, not hearing you, Don. I don't know if you're on mute. Okay, let's try and sort that out and come back. Okay, so we're back with St. Catherine Northwestern, 37 boxes of 122. The PNP's Damian Crawford with 1,823. The JLP's Newton Amos, 1,618. 3 boxes for Lloyd Smith of the JPP.
Where did we get for West Rural last time? Is that up West Rural, St. Andrew?
No.
Did we call that?
It's Manchester Northeast, 41 boxes of 111, just under 50% of the way there. Audrey Marks of the JLP leading with 2,857. Valentin Wint of the PNP, 2,001. Clive Warren of the JPP with 8 votes.
If we could just declare St. Andrew Eastern, if we could pull that up, St. Andrew Eastern.
There's Manchester Northwestern, 38 boxes of 104. Michael Phillips of the PNP, 2,311. The JLP's Damian Young, 2,129. The JPP's Tricia Stewart Angus with 13 votes. Let's see where we...
St. Andrew Eastern. Fable Williams, the first finance minister, has held on to the seat, making this her 3rd consecutive win in St. Andrew Eastern. 6,824 by the EOJ's numbers to Patricia Duncan Sutherland, 6,386 with 100% of the boxes counted. Fable Williams has held on in St. Andrew Eastern.
Okay, and just to make the point as well, though, this is Patricia Duncan Sutherland's 3rd loss. She ran twice in Clarendon.
Southeast, yes.
Yeah, and then has moved up to St. Andrew and not managed to take the seat. Okay, let's go again to Don Anderson. Don Anderson, tell us what you're seeing now. Not hearing you, Don.
I'm hearing you all right. Can you hear me?
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
We're hearing you now, Don. Go ahead.
All right. Good night.
Tell us what you're seeing.
Dion.
We're hearing you, Don. Can you... We need... Okay. Don, can you turn off your... Okay, let's sort that out and come back to Don, shall we? Let's go to St. Andrew Western. 7 boxes of 134. George, this is Tony Hilton, 37.99. To the JLP's Corey Dunkley, 26.65. And the JPP's Carla Francis Edie with 48 votes. Here's St. Andrew West Central, the PM's constituency. He is leading with 4,081 votes to the PNP's Paul Buchanan, 3,431 with 69 boxes of 105. St. Andrew East Central now. Here is the PNP's Dennis Gordon, 1,076, leading the JLP's Davian Vassar, 899. Princess Ford of the JPP with 15. This is 19 out of 113.
This is Peter Phillips' seat.
Okay, pretty sure that must have progressed since then. St. Andrew Southwestern, the PNP's Angela Brown Burke, 4844. The JLP's Maureen Lorne, 403. Antonia Wint of the JPP, 13 votes. And Jamar Watson has 8 votes. And here's St. Andrew Southern, the seat of the leader of the opposition. And this is 53 boxes of 86, 6,058 to the JLP's Carlton Allen, 374. Okay, not much mystery for that one either.
It's a final here.
Okay. First and final for St. Andrew Southeastern, Julian Robinson has retained the seat of the PNP with 5,418 votes to the JLP's Kevin Frith, 3,137, and Kemoy Lynch of the JPP picked up 34 votes. And we're back, and yes, Emily had reported this a little bit early on that Fable Williams has retained St. Andrew Eastern.
Yes. It's close.
Yeah.
It's close.
So if we could stay in St. Andrew a little bit, because I think there's some update as well in other constituencies that we're watching. West Rural, we could have that in a moment. It's 70.7% of the votes counted there. Juliet Cuthbert Flynn is now leading with 5778 over Joan Gordon Webley's 4999. That's about 750 or more votes she's leading by in that constituency at the moment.
That's 97 boxes out of 140. Here's East Rural, seeing this one for the first time this evening. That's Juliet Holness, 22 boxes of 137. She leads with 1618 votes to the PNP's Patrick Peterkin, 1,330. Kamisha Hendricks of the UIC, has 12 votes. Purchell Jackson of the JPP has 10. St. Andrew East Central. I think we saw this. Don't think we've moved on this one. Just 19 boxes out of 113. So a lot of time, viewers, you see this, and the next time you see a completed result. All right, first time we're seeing this one. St. Andrew Northwestern, 78 boxes of 112. Dwayne Smith of the JLP, 4,353. Ethne Miller Simpson of the PNP, 3,189. Orlando Robinson of the JPP, 77 votes. We're going to take a break, and then when we come back, we continue with our results show. Stay tuned.
Hey guys, so based on what I'm seeing so far, it seems like things will wrap up before 12 o'clock because yeah, the numbers, it seemed like it started slow, but we're seeing some final results. So I'm sure that by 11 o'clock we'll know who the next prime minister will be. And as I said, the phone number is there, the WhatsApp number is there. So we will take some calls after, and who must celebrate will celebrate, and who's going to cry will cry. So stay tuned. And as I said, I believe that it's going to wrap up before 12 o'clock based on what we're seeing so far.
Welcome back to TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections. And it's one of those exciting nights where things are changing by the minute. And let's go now to poster Don Anderson. Don, tell us what you're seeing here.
Hey, good night. Good night to all your viewers. First of all, I want to look at the whole question of the turnout. All during the day, it appeared as if we were going to get a pretty low turnout. I gather the turnout has been about 46, 47%. You can correct me if it's not. Yes, I gather it's between 47% thereabout. So it has not reached where we thought it would, based on where the data that we have said it would. But it's very much in line with what I anticipated it to be, because generally when we do polls and we ask persons about the likely turnout, it is always overstated by a couple percentage points, and therefore we're not surprised that it is not 50%. But at some point during the day today, it didn't look like it would get to 45%. So I think this is not a bad number, but obviously is a cause for concern that we haven't topped 50% on this particular situation after really about a year and a half of canvassing, campaigning, polling, and what have you. So that's the first comment. The second comment is that it is turning out to be as competitive as I anticipated it to be. And I think we still have to watch a few more seats before we can declare the winner of this election. But it is, in fact, a very competitive election, and it is exactly how we anticipated it would be.
All right, thank you so much, Don. And in fact, Clifford is saying he's not giving up the ghost yet.
No, not yet. I think there's still enough room for movement to happen.
No reason to, because the fat lady hasn't sung.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Don. We'll check back in with you later. So what gives you hope?
I think from what I'm hearing is that many of our PDs haven't been counted as yet. So we're hoping that those are able to bring us and push us past.
Not hearing you, Clifford.
I was saying from what I'm hearing is that many of our PDs we haven't been counted as yet. So we're hoping that those will be counted and push us past the edge. But I think there's still hope for the BNP this election. It'll be a very close one as we're seeing, but there's still hope for us in this election.
Well, let's see what's happening at EOJ. Kalisha?
Thank you so much, Dion. An exciting night indeed. I don't have an update in terms of the voter turnout, but what I can tell you is that there have been some changes on the board. We're seeing now where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in 36 of the constituencies, while the People's National Party is leading in 27. Now, again, the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 36 constituencies and the People's National Party leading in 27. Now, we're seeing steady progress in terms of the counting. And earlier, Dion, we did mention that for St. Andrews Southeastern, 100% of the boxes have been completed. And in St. Andrew Eastern, 100% of the boxes completed as well. Now, looking at some of the other constituencies in Kingston East and Port Royal, 75% completed. And the People's National Party leading in that constituency. Now, moving over to St. Ann Northeastern, and we're seeing where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in that constituency, over 8,100 votes. The People's National Party, 5,873 votes. Again, we're still waiting in terms of the final update in some of the areas. We're seeing where some constituencies, for instance, Clarendon Southeastern, only 15% of the boxes counted so far. In St. Catherine Southeastern, 21% of the boxes counted. Dion, I'll continue to monitor what's happening here and provide you with the latest figures as they become available. It's back to you.
Thank you so much, Kalisha. So JLP leading in 36 seats right now, PNP with 27. And Ron?
As I've been saying all night, we will win. We will win. We're looking good. We're looking good. Yes, we have lost some seats, yes. But you could see that the Labour Party prepared for this moment. How we campaigned throughout Jamaica, choosing Jamaica, sticking to the performance that we did. for the last 9 years. And so how we campaigned is a result of what we're seeing today. There are some seats where you saw the energy, the PNP brought the energy, but on the day you see the Labour Party winning comfortably. And there is one in Kingston that could be a surprise tonight.
Would that be Central Kingston?
Yes, we're talking about Central Kingston.
Well, I figured it wouldn't have been Western Kingston, which we just saw declared for Desmond McKenzie.
It's on the screen now.
Okay, there's Central Kingston, 75 boxes out of 80. Donovan Williams leading with 4,575 votes to Steve McGregor's 4,375. So that's about an 800 vote difference at this point with 5 boxes left to go.
Not 800. 190 something.
All right, I can't count. I need to give
A
up
shade
trying to do math.
A shade on the 200.
I need to give up trying to do math in my head.
But
All
he won that seat by only 300 in the last election, and it seems to me that the early lead from Steve McGregor in the night, those boxes were probably coming from Almond Town, which is their stronger of the two divisions. So perhaps it's the Raytown boxes coming in now, but let's see what happens for the rest of the 5 or so that's outstanding.
East Kingston and Port Royal declared for Philip Paulwell of the PNP. And 77 votes there for the JPP candidate. Here's St. Andrew Western with Tony Hilton, 3,981 votes to Corey Dunkley of the JLP, 2,673. Carla Francis Edie of the JPP, 48 votes. 72 boxes of 134. And here's Delroy Chuck in, I think this was already called for Delroy Chuck. So Stacey Knight, daughter of KD Knight, first time outing. St. Andrew Southern called as well for Mark Golding of the PNP, defeating Carlton Allen of the JLP, who holds 645 votes. And we declared, this has been declared, all boxes counted for the PNP Julian Robinson.
So let's see.
Let's see where we are going now. Here's North Central St. Andrew. The JLP's Delana Sivrite, 4,346 votes. To the PNP's Christopher Henry with 2,465, with 59 of 79 boxes declared.
That constituency will be having a new MP for the first time since 1980, I believe.
Yes.
Here's St. Thomas Eastern, 77 boxes of 128. The PNP is Yvonne Shaw, Rosemary Shaw, 4,356 to Michelle Charles, 3,912. Claudius Wong, 22 votes. Jovian Blair of the JPP, 13 votes. 77 boxes of 128.
Is this a seat you expected to hold on to, Mr. Walsh?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Eastern St. Thomas?
Yes, Eastern St. Thomas. I mean, the Member of Parliament did some work out there. First time in many moons.
She also had there was a lot of disgruntlement in the seat, though.
In every seat, you're going to find that, in every seat, nothing is perfect.
Here's St. Thomas Western, 40 boxes of 163. The JLP's James Robertson, 1,899. Hubert Williams of the PNP, 1,703. Carleen Affleck of the JPP, 13 votes.
This is a seat we expect to win comfortably, and so far, so good.
Yes.
Deputy leader of the Labour Party for Erie County 2, James Robertson.
So you may lose one in St. Thomas.
Let us watch. Yes, right now we are behind in that seat.
Yeah.
But let us see how the night progress.
Clarendon Southwest, 96 boxes out of 100. Lothan Cousins, 7,076 votes. Robert Chin of the JLP, 4,795. Dwayne Thomas, 40 of the JPP.
So we can call that one for Lothian Cousins.
Most definitely. Yes. Safe PNP seat.
And he's a really good MP, Lothian Cousins is.
Let's go over now to JLP headquarters, where Andrea Chisholm is on location.
Thank you, Dion. Things have gotten exciting here at the JLP headquarters. As you can hear, as the results are coming in, the supporters are shouting, they're ringing their bells, and it's an overall jubilant atmosphere here so far. I am now joined by two supporters who are interrupted their celebrations. Aisha and Renardo, good night. You're live on TVJ. First of all, why was it important for you to be here this evening?
Just,
I hold a mic.
oh, we are confident of victory, and we are sure of at least 35 seats. So we have no other reason but to be at the headquarters to celebrate this coming victory. Third term is here.
And you, Aisha, I know you have your bell right there.
Third term, say, third term, victory. Victory is ours. Feel nice, happy about everything.
Which constituency you voted today?
East.
Kingston.
St. Andrew.
And you?
The mother vicar, West Kingston. I'm right here.
And I'm pretty sure Desmond Mackenzie will be winning back his seat.
No doubt about that.
So as the results come in, how are you feeling?
You know what? I'm actually feeling confident because the PMP numbers are not looking impressive as how we have started to have been for the last 12 months. So far the numbers are looking steady and it's coming in the way how I would like it to come in.
And it's a family affair for you. You're here alone?
No, I'm here. I'm actually two of my nephews and my little cousin.
What about you, Aisha?
With friends. I'm here with friends.
Okay.
Rest of them soon come.
All right, going back to ringing your bell. Sorry to interrupt you. Thank you very much, Renardo and Aisha. Dion, it's back to you in studio.
All right, thank you so very much for that, Andrea. And of course, we'll continue to touch base with the two headquarters as the night progresses. And we're going to be going to some more results, but let's take a break and we'll be back. Thank you so much for staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections, Vote 2025. And let me just remind you where we are, the latest information that we had in terms of who is leading in how many seats. First of all, in terms of confirmed seats, the national count, we have the JLP with 9, we have the PNP with 9. What we had heard from Kelisha, who is at the Electoral Office, the last time we touched base with her about 15 or so minutes ago, she had said the JLP was leading in 36, the PNP was leading in 27. And of course, as the results continue to come in, those numbers are going to be shifting and changing. And of course, we're updating with you as we go along right here. There are a couple of seats we haven't seen for a little while. Ron was mentioning, for instance, East Portland.
Yes.
We haven't seen that. Bobby Montague's seat as well. I don't think we've seen in St. Mary for a little while.
Yes, we haven't seen the chairman of the Labour Party seat,
Yeah.
but I'm confident that we will go to victory there. This is a member of parliament who posts 10, 11,000 consistently, so he should be okay. Just in 2020, his numbers drop a bit.
Okay, here's Portland Eastern now. So we have 60 boxes out of 140. The PNP's Isaac Buchanan leading with 3,552. The JLP's Anne-Marie Vaz, 3,293. Tracy Ann Gillespie Harris of the Progressive Party with 19 votes. So this is with 61 boxes of 140 counted. And I won't attempt a subtraction.
I know.
Oh, here's Manchester Northeastern. The JLP is Audrey Marks with 5,003 votes. The PNP's Valentin Wint, 3,414. Clive Warren of the JPP, 18 votes and 68 boxes of 111. Clarendon Southeastern, we have the JLP's Pernell Charles Jr., 1,431. Sian Barneswell of the PNP, former mayor, 1,005. Sian Thomas of the JPP with 11 votes. That's pretty early still, 22 boxes out, 144.
Been like this for a while now.
Yeah, I think we've been stuck there. Earl, let me hand over to you for the next few.
That's the old Bustamante and Hugh Shearer seat. Strong, yes, a strong JLP seat. Manchester North Western, 66 of 104 boxes. Michael Phillips continues to lead for the PNP, 4,258 to Damian Young of the JLP, 3,661. Tricia Stewart Angus of the JPP, 20 votes. Manchester Central, 117 of 139 boxes. Donovan Mitchell, 7,617 votes to the incumbent Rhoda Crawford, 7,335. It's tight, but it's getting close to the end.
Let's go back now to PNP headquarters with Dwayne.
With him. No, big man.
Yeah, I think we've been stuck there. Earl, let me hand over to you.
That's the old Bustamante.
Thank you so much. So the seat counts is very close, and the actual votes in the constituencies are even closer. And as an indication of how close it is, these PNP supporters, they still believe that they can win. And in fact, if you ask them, they are winning. I'm joined now by two of these hundreds of PNP supporters who have gathered here at the party's headquarters, interestingly named Mr. Green, who is a People's National Party supporter. Mr. Green, what do you make of your party's performance so far? What do you make of your party's performance so far?
Well, it's very good. It's a good performance. And I think we can win this election tonight. Too early to call, but I think we can win it.
Why are you so confident?
Because if you look at the seats, they are very close. And the last election, they were like by 2010 and so on. So this time around, the PNP people have come out, not so much like we want them to come out, but they come out. Understand? So I'm looking positively for the People's National Party to take it tonight.
I remember some of your fellow supporters and even some of the leaders in the party were saying that you could get around 38, 40 seats. It doesn't look like that will happen tonight. What are you predicting now?
Well, I'm predicting that 32, 31.
Oh, that would be very close. The interestingly named Mr. Green, who is a People's National Party supporter. I'm joined by a younger member of the People's National Party. Sir, remind me your name, please, and tell Jamaica what's your name.
Mr. Forbes. His name is Mr. Forbes. Yes. So today we are here and marching on to victory. We are started Manchester, gathering it back, and we are moving forward. Progress. We are moving forward.
It's a little bit close. Is it closer than you'd have wanted?
Well, the race is not finished as yet. The fat lady has not yet seen. So we are here and waiting on the best to come.
Do you have the fat lady's number? What is she telling you?
Well, the fat lady is already calling me now, so I know it's victory. March with marching.
Well, as soon as you get the results from the fat lady, I'm hoping you share it with me. As you can imagine, as I explained earlier, a party-like atmosphere here at the People's National Party's headquarters. These supporters, very, very confident. They are certain they're going to win it. I'll be here all night, as I told you, Dion. So it's back to you until then.
Thank you so much. And let's go to a break. We're back with more from our election results show, Vote 2025, in just a moment. Thank you so much for staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections, Vote 2025. And we're so happy to have you wherever you are, whichever of our platforms you are listening or viewing this coverage on. Now, I think at this point, though, what we can say is that it's not going to be a landslide for either side. And I have to say, I think that's good for the parliament and good for democracy overall. Okay, here we go again. Earl, let me let you take this.
St. Elizabeth Southwest, one of the seats to watch. Floyd Green, the incumbent, is leading with 4,949 votes to Miranda Wellington of the PNP, 4,349. So he has a fairly comfortable lead at the moment in the context of that constituency. St. Elizabeth Southeastern, very close. Norman Scott of the PNP, 1,004 votes. The incumbent Franklin Witter, 991. And Raymond Dobbs of the JPP, he has 11 votes. Westmoreland Central, Dwayne Vaz seems to be headed back to Parliament, 7,547 to the incumbent, George Wright, 6,074. Kathleen Greenwood has 31, she's from the JPP, and Don Foote, 29.
I'm seeing a message here from one of our reporters. We're hearing that ballot boxes were still coming in at the counting center in Trelawney just up to some minutes ago. We're told that there was heavy traffic. That's why we weren't seeing a lot. Go ahead, Earl.
Early days still in Westmoreland Western, but the JLP's Garfield James, a former PNP member, he has 50.5% to Ian Hales of the PNP, 48.6%. And Ian Hales is a former JLP member, so that's quite an interesting. Yes. Gilbert James, 0.7%, 13 votes, and Bertland Madden of the JPP, 4 votes. Hanover Eastern, 58 of 99 boxes. Andrea Perkis of the PNP, 54%, that's 3,334, to Dave Brown, the incumbent of the JLP, 2,789. Craig Eubanks of the JPP, 19 votes. And Jordan Cunningham of the UIC, yes, 9 votes. Hanover Western, Heather Miller Bennett of the PNP, 5,499. Tamika Davis, the incumbent of the JLP, 4,728. Leonard Sharp of the JPP, 51. That's 96 of 116 boxes. It seems the PNP might be on its way to retaking both Hanover seats. Portland Eastern, 96 boxes of 140. It's looking good for the PNP. Isaac Buchanan with 5,636 votes. Anne-Marie Vaz of the JLP, she's the incumbent, 5,224. But there are many boxes to be counted yet. Portland Western, 74 of 104, and Daryl Vaz, the incumbent of the JLP, 4,164, to Doreen Campbell of the PNP, 3,350. Michael Aiken of the JPP, he has 12 votes.
And just to call our viewers and listeners' attention, call our viewers' attention and let our listeners know, if you look at a little icon at the bottom right-hand side of the screen, that's telling you the number of seats that have been completed and declared. So you're seeing there 11 for the JLP, 9 for the PNP. So of course, just to make the distinction, those are the ones that have been completed, as opposed to what we get when we go to Kalisha at EOJ, which is a broader look at who is leading.
In St. Anne Southwestern, it looks like order has been restored. Xavier Main of the JLP, he has 4,426. Danishka Williams of the PNP, 3,221. Clive Edwards of the JPP, 26 votes. So it's a comfortable lead at the moment for Xavier Main.
And speaking of Kalisha, let's go to her at EOJ.
Thank you so much, Dion. Just a quick update in terms of what we're seeing on our end here at the ECJ. So far, again, an update in terms of the lead. So far, the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 34 seats, the People's National Party now leading in 29 seats. I know the last time we spoke, I said the JLP was leading in 36 seats and the PNP was leading in 27 seats. So we've seen a change now. JLP leading in 34 seats and the People's National Party leading in 29 seats. I also saw the final count for St. Catherine East Central, and I can say the Jamaica Labour Party won that. Party's Raymond Price going against the Jamaica Labour Party's Orlando Terrelong. And that's one of the seats where the People's National Party has not won it. The only one that's seat once since it was created. And the Jamaica Labour Party has won that seat twice since it was created in 2011. If you would just move with me, I'm going. So we're technical issue here. I'm going to throw back to you until next time.
Okay, thank you so much for that update, Kalisha. Just to repeat for you, the JLP now leading in 34 seats, PNP leading in 29. And again, the icon at the bottom of the screen, the JLP has so far won 11 seats, the PNP has won 9. Okay, here's St. Ann North Western, the JLP's Crystal Lee now in front with 5,408 votes to the PNP's Gabriella Morris, 5,011, 93 boxes of 135.
Very, very tight in that seat. I just want to go back to Xavier main seat. Mr. Moxham said order has been restored. Hardworking member of parliament, also good organizer. And so I'm not surprised by that.
Trelawney Northern on screen, 84 boxes of 146. The PNP's Wickham McNeil, 4,468 votes. The Tova Hamilton of the JLP, 4,132, 84 boxes of 146. And here's Trelawney South, 21 boxes of 96. The JLP's Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, 1,352. Paul Patmore of the PNP, 1,246. And we go now to St. James South. Haven't seen this for a bit, I think. 79 boxes of 110. The PNP's Nikisha Burchell, 4,471. The JLP's Homer Davis, 4,307. Leon Cunningham of the JPP has 12 votes. St. James West Central, 58 boxes of 106. So they're about halfway there. The JLP's Marlene Malahoo Fort, the incumbent, 3,332. Andre Horton of the PNP, 2,921. Clifford Barnett, 13 votes. St. James East Central, 94 boxes of 117. Ed Bartlett of the JLP, 5,850. Rochelle Reed Knott of the PNP, 3,782. And we are moving on to, let's see, there's St. Thomas Eastern. Let's see, this is 105 boxes of 128. The PNP is Yvonne Shaw, 5,982. The JLP is Michelle Charles, the incumbent, 5,595. Claudius Wong has 28 votes. Jovian Blair of the JPP has 20.
I think Yvonne Rosemary Shaw used to be a member of the Jamaica Labour Party. I think she actually worked very closely with Dr. Michelle Charles's father, Pernell Charles Sr., for many years. And she was a former mayor in Morant Bay as well, right,
yes.
Earl?
Yes.
And so she's putting up a fight, and it seems as if the JLP is going to lose one of the St. Thomas seats.
Here's the other one up there, St. Thomas Western, 105 of 163. James Robertson of the JLP, 5,443. The PNP's Hubert Williams, 4,806. Carleen Affleck of the JPP, 35 votes. And St. Catherine Southeastern, this is the one I think you've been saying we hadn't seen.
Yeah.
This is about not quite 50% there, 48 boxes of 135. Alfred Dawes of the PNP, 2,716. Robert Miller of the JLP, 2,617. No, go again, 2,615. Casey and Radcliffe of the JPP, 30 votes. I think this is literally the first time we've seen this one all night.
My count is a little bit
One
farther
second
than
for me.
this,
St.
eh?
Catherine Northwestern, 83 boxes of 122. Damian Crawford of the PNP, 4,328. Newton Amos of the JLP, 3,598. Lloyd Smith has 12 votes of the JPP. And we go to St. Andrew East Central, 63 boxes of 113. Dennis Gordon of the PNP, 3,301. Davian Vassell of the JLP, 2,774. Princess Ford of the JPP, 57. You are saying this is Peter Phillips'
Yes,
old constituency.
Young candidate, doing well so far, going well. Mr. Vassell.
DK Duncan's constituency in another lifetime as well.
Here's Juliet Holness, St. Andrew East Rural, 77 boxes of 137. She has 4,925 votes to the PNP's Patrick Peterkin, 4,545. Kamisha Hendricks, 29 votes of UIC. Purchell Jackson of the JPP, 23 votes.
Speaker of the House.
Former,
yes.
I don't think we've seen this one for a while. St. Andrew West Rural, 124 boxes of 140. And the incumbent, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, with 7,152. To Joan Gordon Webley of the PNP, 6,213. George Roach of the JPP, 62 votes.
And only 16 boxes to go.
Yeah. Earl, let me let you take over.
Manchester Northeastern, Audrey Marks of the PNP, 56%, 6,472 votes. To Valentin Wint of the PNP, 5,144. Clive Warren of the JPP, 30. That's a seat that was dominated by Audley Shaw for quite a while. And Manchester Northwestern, 83 of 104 boxes. Michael Phillips of the PNP, 5,625. Damian Young of the JLP, 4,521. Tricia Stewart Angus of the JPP, 28 votes. St. Elizabeth Southeastern, Norman Scott continues to lead, but is only 17 of 109 boxes. He has 1,004 votes to Franklin Witter, 991. Raymond Dobbs of the JPP, 11 votes. St. Catherine Eastern, Denise Daly of the PNP, 6,589. Dwight Pecco, or Peku rather, of the JLP, 4,387. Lance Watson of the JPP, 74 votes. Clarendon Northern, Wavell Hines continues to lead there. It's 81 of 100 boxes, and he has 4,380 votes to Dwight Sibley's, the incumbent of the JLP. 4,303, Jodelyn Casey Edwards of the JPP, 19 votes. Clarendon North Central, Robert Morgan seems to be headed to retaining that seat, 85 of 104 boxes, 4,527 votes for Robert Morgan, and R.J. Dixon, 3,406. Joy Johnson Roy, 24 votes, and she's from the JPP. And in Clarendon Southeastern, 25 boxes of 144, Pernell Charles Jr. continues to lead handily with 1,639 votes to Sian Barnswell, 1,132 votes. Sian Thomas of the JPP, 12 votes. St. Catherine Northwestern, Damian Crawford, 4,608 votes for the PNP, and Newton Amos for the JLP, 3,781. Lloyd Smith of the JPP, 13 votes, 89 boxes of 122. St. Mary's Southeastern, very close. Norman Dunn, the incumbents, 3,678. Christopher Brown of the PNP, 3,577. Mark Hutchinson of the JPP, 12 votes, 63 of 112 boxes. St. Mary's Central, Omar Newell of the PNP, 5,904 votes. Nathaniel Maraj of the JLP, 4,345. Rena Rose Cargill, 11 votes for the JPP, 85 of 105 boxes. That would be a hold for the PNP. St. Mary Western, Robert Montague, the incumbent, 3,641, doing very well against Omar Woodbine of the PNP, 5,683 votes. Chase Neal of the UIC, 22 votes, 99 of 147 boxes.
Chairman of the party is looking good. Yeah, he's looking really good.
And Kingston Central, 75 of 80 boxes. The incumbent, Donovan Williams, seeking to hold it for the JLP, 4,575 votes. Steve McGregor of the PNP, 4,377 votes. Garth Barnett of the UIC, 22 votes. Dwayne Smith in St. Andrew Northwestern, 4,402 votes to Ethelene Miller Simpson of the PNP, 3,293 votes. Orlando Robinson of the JPP, 79 votes, and that is 80 boxes of 112 counted.
Okay, let's just stick a pin, take a break, and we'll be back with much more results, all the latest when we come back with our results show for 2025. Do stay with us. Thank you so much for staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections, Vote 2025. And let's go first of all back to the Electoral Office, the EOJ, with Kalisha for an update.
Thank you, Dion. Now the race is heating up. Now earlier we saw the People's National Party leading in 30 seats and the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 33 seats. But now, from what I'm looking at on the chart again, the People's National Party is back to leading at 29 seats and the Jamaica Labour Party 34 seats. I'm going to move over to this chart to my right, and one of the constituencies we've been monitoring closely, Dion, that's in Northern. As you know, in the last general election, the Jamaica Labour Party won that seat. It was a surprise for many people because the Jamaica Labour Party had not won that seat in decades. And we're seeing now the People's National Party's Wickham McNeil leading in that constituency, 6,637 votes to the Jamaica Labour Party's Tova Hamilton, 5,686 votes. Another constituency, Dion, that we have been monitoring closely, that's Manchester Central, where the Jamaica Labour Party won for the first time in decades in 2020. But what we're seeing now, well, it's still close in that constituency. Just 130 of the 139 boxes counted, and the Jamaica Labour Party Jamaica Labour Party's Rhoda Moy Crawford leading by 8,399 votes to the PNP's 8,314 votes. I'm going to ask the videographer to just come with me to the other screen I'm looking at right now, going again to St. James Southern. Another one we've been watching, we're seeing where the People's National Party has a slight lead in that constituency. The Nikisha Burchell leading their 5,870 votes to the former mayor, Homer Davis, 5,644 votes. Going now over to St. Thomas Eastern, and we're seeing where the People's National Party's Yvonne Shaw, she's leading by 6,600, well, her tally now is 6,604 votes to the incumbent, Dr. Michelle Charles, 6,177 votes. Another one that people have been watching, and many people are saying that it seems as if it is a surprise to them. We're seeing for Portland Eastern, the People's National Party is leading in that constituency. As many people know, the Jamaica Labour Party's Anne-Marie Vaz won that constituency in 2020 after a 30-year drought for the Jamaica Labour Party, and Isaac Buchanan of the People's National Party is leading in that constituency, 96 of 140 boxes counted. Now, Dion, overall, we're seeing an 85.2% of the boxes completed, and I'll have some more updates for you as soon as they become available. But again, Dion, the race is heating up. It's back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Kalisha. And it certainly is. And you heard Kalisha there saying the numbers are continuing to shift from 3330 to back to 3429. And that East Portland seat, Earl, a quick comment on what we're seeing there.
Well, this one would be a bit of a shake-up. Many people expected Anne-Marie Vaz, the incumbent, to hold it fairly easily, but we did see that Isaac Buchanan was mounting a serious challenge. And so, bearing in mind that this has been historically a strong PNP seat, perhaps it should not be surprising that it is this competitive.
Yeah, it's a seat the PNP used to win by over 1,000 and then over 2,000 votes.
Mm-hmm.
So it was really because of Anne-Marie Vaz's ground operation why she was able to win the by-election and to hold on to it in 2020. 2020 was a misnomer. So what we're seeing now is a rebalancing of the scales. I expect at the end of tonight, the entire western belt of the country to go back orange because it was never really a green space. So Westmoreland 3, we see Eastern Westmoreland going to Dayton Campbell by over 1,000, which is how they used to win there, except in 2020 when Luther Buchanan lost by 11. But Central,
So sorry to interrupt you. Just to say this is another one that's now completed. The PNP's Richard Azan taking Clarendon Northwestern over the JLP's Warren Newby, with Azan having polled 6,989 votes to the JLP's Warren Newby 6,490. Kevin Palmer picked up some votes there. And here is Westmoreland Eastern. This is showing 121 of 123 votes. It's been given now to Dayton Campbell of the PNP, 7,434 votes over Daniel Lawrence's 5,556. Here's Westmoreland Central, 169 of 70. It's given now to Dwayne Vaz of the PNP back in Parliament with 9,869 over George Wright's 8,326. Kathleen Greenwood with 39 votes and Don Foot with 38. And Westmoreland Western Westmoreland now. This is 108 of 138. Ian Hales of the PNP, 6,454. Garfield James of the JLP, 4,820. Gilbert James, 54. Bertrand Madden of the JPP, 23 votes. St. Anne's Southwestern, 108 boxes of 138. This has Xavier Main, 5,069 votes over Denishka Williams of the PNP, 3,698. Clive Edwards, 28 votes, and that's 73 boxes of 105. And we have St. Anne Northwestern, 73 boxes of 105. Crystal Lee, the incumbent, holding on here at the moment with a lead with 7,346. Gabriella Morris, our first time out, 6,924. That's 10 boxes left to count in this constituency. Let's go now to the JLP headquarters.
It's turning into a party-like atmosphere here at the JLP headquarters, Dion. As you can see behind me, you will see that a number of JLP supporters are dancing, they're ringing their bells, they're playing one of their favorite anthems on the campaign trail, "The Lord is my shepherd." So that is the mood here at the moment. I'm now joined by another JLP supporter who is also dancing. Hi, good night. What's your name?
Newton Harris.
Why was it important for you to be here tonight?
To celebrate our victory.
Where did you vote?
I voted in St. Anne Northwestern for Crystal Lee.
So how is the trend looking for you based on what you've picked up so far?
Well, we always knew it would have been a close race, but we put in the work. Crystal has done phenomenally well in the one term. 2 years stolen by COVID, but she's done phenomenally well in terms of the infrastructure, the services, the roads, the health centers, all of the wonderful things that Crystal has done, the water projects with amazing stuff compared to what has gone before. So our constituency really has seen a difference.
All right, thank you so much.
Sorry?
Thank you so much. I know it's difficult to hear me. So that's the scene here at the JLP headquarters there. Maybe I could just get another supporter. Can you talk to me? Hi, good night. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
What's your name?
Zachary.
Okay, I see you celebrating. You think you won?
Yes, I do. I'm very confident for the JLP.
It's not yet too early to declare.
Too early, that doesn't really mean much right now because we're confident we've put in the work. We have the achievements to prove that we deserve the third term. So Dr. Holness will return as well as our MPs.
Thank you so much. Well, that's the mood here at the JLP headquarters, Dion. I'll check in with you a few moments later.
Thank you so much for that, Andrea. And yes, we'll continue to check in with you, and some more interesting results have been coming in. In fact, we are now seeing Clarendon Southeastern there with, okay, we moved on to St. Catherine Southwest. Okay, we are going thick and fast, aren't we? So St. Catherine Southwest, Everett Warmington. Here's St. Catherine Southern, Fitzjackson. And St. Catherine Central, Olivia Babsy Grange. So we're kind of moving fast through those. Okay, here we go. St. Elizabeth Southwestern. And as they Sainty boy in the room. Earl, you get to do the honors here. Read the next couple for me.
Floyd Green of the JLP, he's the incumbent, 9,044. Miranda Wellington of the PNP, 7,650. And the significance of this particular seat is that it always goes to the party that wins nationally. So that may be one of the reasons why there's celebration at JLP headquarters at the moment.
Yes.
Clarendon Southeastern, Pernell Charles Jr. of the JLP, 1,824. Sian Barnswell of the PNP, 1,284. And Sian Thomas of the JPP, 13 votes. That's 27 boxes of 144. Clarendon Northern, Wavell Hines, the cricketer, 5,623 to Dwight Sibley's of the JLP, 5,407. Judilyn Casey Edwards of the JPP, 24 votes. That's 95 boxes of 104, of 100 rather. St. Thomas Eastern, 114 of 128 boxes. Yvonne Shaw continues to lead, 6,597. And the incumbent, Michelle Charles of the JLP, 6,188. Claudius Wong is on 31. And Jovian Blair of the JPP, 26. St. Thomas Western, James Robertson, the incumbent, 6,836. Hubert Williams of the PNP, 5,696. And Carleen Affleck of the JPP, 39 votes. That's 125 of 163 boxes rather. St. Andrew West Central, the constituency of the Prime Minister, very, very tight. 87 boxes of 105. Paul Buchanan of the PNP is now leading, 4,867 votes to Andrew Holness, 4,762.
What you said, Earl?
Are you stunned?
You don't see one having a sip.
Manchester Northeastern. You have Audrey Marks of the JLP performing according to tradition there. 6,589 to Valentin Wint of the PNP, 5,207. And Clive Warren of the JPP, he has 30 votes. If we could go back to that West Central for a moment. The PNP used to dominate that in the days of Dudley Thompson and David Core and AJ Nicholson.
Yes. Yes.
So it's a 1% lead at the moment for Paul Buchanan.
If we could go to St. Elizabeth again, let's see what the other weather vane is saying. Southwest St. Elizabeth.
Wow. Norman Scott of the PNP, 1,004 votes. Franklin Witter, the incumbent from the JLP, 991, but it's only 17 of 109 boxes. Portland Eastern, 96 of 140 boxes. Isaac Buchanan of the PNP, 5,636. Anne-Marie Vaz, the incumbent of the JLP, 5,224. So it's a 4-point lead for Buchanan, and there are 23 votes for the JPP's Tracy Ann Gillespie Harris. I think, Dion, we need to remind the listeners that we call out these figures because we also have listeners on radio.
Yes.
Yes. Trelawney Northern, Tova Hamilton has taken the lead now over Wickham McNeil, 6,826 to McNeil, 6,792, and it's 123 of 146 boxes. So we're seeing the finish line up ahead. And Marissa Dalrymple Philibert has restored order in Trelawney Southern, 1,787 to Paul Patmore, 1,486. That's 26 of 96 boxes though. St. Mary's Southeastern, Norman Dunn, the incumbent, he is being tracked very closely by Christopher Brown. So Norman Dunn has 5,235, Christopher Brown 5,112, and Mark Hutchinson has 20 votes for the JPP. St. Mary Western, Robert Montague continues to dominate there, 7,219 to Omar Woodbine, 6,398, and Chase Neal, 25 votes.
And this is another weather vane seat that indicates to the country as well what is likely to happen. Same for Southwest St. Elizabeth and the other one you mentioned a moment before. So we will see how Mr. Woodbine fares.
And in St. Andrew East Central, Dennis Gordon of the PNP, he's now doing very well, 6,425 to Davion Vassell of the JLP, 3,949, and Princess Ford of the JPP, 82. 106 boxes of 113.
Okay, here's St. Andrew West Rural. This is 136 boxes out of 140. Juliet Cuthbert Flynn of the JLP, 7,909 votes. The PNP's Joan Gordon Webley, 6,994. And that's been called for Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. St. Andrew Northwestern, 101 of 112 boxes. Dwayne Smith of the JLP, 5,648. Ethne Miller Simpson, 4,124. Orlando Robinson of the JPP, 106. Here we are back in St. Andrew East Rural, 123 boxes of 137. Juliet Holness, 8,445. Patrick Peterkin, 7,487. Kamisha Hendricks, 45 votes of the UIC. Purchell Jackson of the JPP, 35 votes. Eastern Portland, 130. Did we just read this? Has it moved?
That is, has moved.
It has?
That's tightened.
Okay, 131 of 140 boxes. The PNP's Isaac Buchanan, 7,932. Anne-Marie Vaz of the JLP, 7,699. Portland West, this is nearly finished, and 102 of 104 boxes. The JLP's Darrell Vaz, 6,022 to the PNP's Doreen Campbell, 4,809. Michael Aiken of the JPP, 22 votes. St. James Central, 103 boxes of 104. So this has gone to Heroy Clark now. 6,486. The PNP's Janice Allen, 4,620. Okay, and let's just take South and then we go to a break. St. James Southern. This is nearly completed, just one box left to be counted. And Nikisha Burchell, 6,398. Homer Davis of the JLP, 6,211. Leon Cunningham of the JPP, 16 votes. Let's go to a break. We'll be back in a moment. Thank you so much for staying with us for TVJ's ongoing live coverage of the 2025 elections, Vote 2025. We got a statement from Flow a little while ago. So in case you've been having problems, Flow Jamaica has reported what they're calling a severe act of vandalism, which they say has disrupted internet, landline, and TV services for numerous customers in the areas of St. Catherine, Maypen, and Mandeville. And they said the section of fiber cable that was damaged was had protective concrete slabs and sealed manholes. Those were breached, and the company is restoring, they said, working to restore as quickly as possible. They said they're also condemning the act which has taken place, as you know, on election day. So if you're having difficulties, that might be the cause. All right, let's just look at what's happening here in St. Catherine East Central. Let's see, this is completed. The JLP's Alanda Terrelong has retained his seat with 6,364 votes. Raymond Price of the PNP polling 5,379 votes. Let's go now to Jamila Maitland, who is in the constituency.
I'm on the Newlands Main Road in St. Catherine East Central, where Jamaica Labour Party voters are in high celebration mood. Now, TV at a shop right now is the main attraction, and that's because they're watching the live results right now. Crowds of people just swarming around the TV, trying to see what's happening with their member of parliament. Now, by the latest data that I had, Alanda Terrelong was comfortably winning, and I just saw now from their TV that he was declared the winner. So as you can hear in the background, lots of excitement here on the Newlands Main Road. I am going to call in a Jamaica Labour Party supporter right now, Kimmy. Kimmy's joining us. You're live on TVJ News. Tell us, how are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling so excited right now for my nice team MP, because me I tell you, him work. We talk about funeral, we talk about niner, we talk about graduation, we talk about assistance. Him there, you can put in your pot and get office every Thursday for assistance. We talk about education, him dead there. We talk about all people, him dead there. One turn long, cross the board. We talk about your house burned down, him dead there. 9-night funeral, him dead there. Oh God, man. I feel so excited for my MP. One turn long, never two. Pick up a nice kiss of my MP. Show labor right.
All right, so that was Kimmy here on the Newlands Main Road. We are in St. Catherine East Central, where Alanda Terrelong was declared the winner by the preliminary results. He is now the MP for the third time here in St. Catherine East Central, where he defeated Raymond Price, the PNP's Raymond Price. And there was an independent candidate from the JPP, that is Casey-on Radcliffe. I think her name is Casey-on Radcliffe. So that's it. Lots of excitement, as you can hear. And they are tuning in to TVJ News, getting the live updates here on what's happening on our results show. There you have it. It's back to you in studio, Dion.
Thank you so much, Jamila. And of course, TVJ is exactly the place for you to get all your ongoing coverage of this election. Let's go over back now to the EOJ with Kalisha.
Yes, Dion, we're almost at the finish line. 93% of all the boxes counted. And earlier, it's similar to what we saw in the previous update. The Jamaica Labour Party was leading by, well, it was 32-31 at one point, and now we're seeing it's back at 30-33. So the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 33 constituencies to the People's National Party's 30. An interesting one, Dion, that you pointed to earlier. We're going to go to it. We're seeing in St. Andrew West Central, the Prime Minister's seat. We're seeing the People's National Party's candidate, Paul Buchanan, leading in that seat. And we have 87 of the 105 boxes counted. So it's almost 82% completed. And we're seeing the People's National Party's candidate leading in the Prime Minister's constituency. And we're going to move over now to St. Andrew Northwestern, where we're seeing the People's National Party's candidate, Ethne Miller Simpson. She is trailing the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate, Dwayne Smith, in that constituency. Going down now to St. Andrew West Rural, where we're seeing, well, the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate, the incumbent, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. She is leading in that constituency to 8,290 votes to the People's National Party's candidate, Joan Gordon Webley, 7,157 votes. Now, should the incumbent hold on to this seat, it will be the second time the Jamaica Labour Party has had 3 consecutive wins in that constituency in St. Andrew West Rural. And going over now, if the videographer could just come with me, we're going to St. Ann Northwestern, where we're seeing the People's National Party's candidate, Gabriella Morris, at 6,989 votes to the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate, 7,383 votes in that constituency. Final one, Dion, before I come back to you, in Portland Eastern, we're seeing the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate still trailing the People's National Party's candidate, Anne-Marie Vaz, 8,072 votes to the People's National Party's Isaac Buchanan, 8,290 votes. So as I said, we're almost there, almost at the finish line for this evening, Dion. 93% of the box is counted. And again, the People's National Party leading in 30 seats, the JLP leading in 33 seats. It's back to you.
Thank you so much. Really important to get that kind of global picture of what is happening. 33 to 30, and you heard as well, it seemed to have been moving a little bit up and down, but the latest figures there, 33 seats in which the JLP is leading and 30 for the PNP. Here's St. Thomas Eastern again. This is 2 boxes left to count, 126 of 128. And this has been declared now for Rosemary Shaw of the PNP. The incumbent Michelle Charles has lost this seat, 7,284 at this point to Yvonne Shaw, and the JLP is Michelle Charles, 6,807. Here's Portland Eastern, 1 box left to count here. Isaac Buchanan, 8,290 votes. This is what Kelisha just read for us, but I wasn't sure of the boxes left to count. So we have 1 box left to count, in fact, in Portland Eastern.
And Manchester Central.
Okay.
Interesting.
Read from Earl.
Rhoda Crawford, the incumbent, has held on to defeat Donovan Mitchell. She secured 9,035 votes to Donovan Mitchell, 8,861. So that's 1 hold in Manchester for the JLP.
Strong candidate, hard-working member of Parliament. She deserves to go back to Parliament. Rhoda Moy Crawford, one of Jamaica's best talent in the Parliament.
Manchester Northeastern, and Audrey Marks has taken it, 7,652 votes to Valentin Wint of the PNP, 6,209. Clive Warren of the JPP, 33 votes. And it's tightening again in St. Andrew West Central, the Prime Minister's constituency. Paul Buchanan, 4,867 to Dr. Andrew Holness, 4,762. That's 50.5% to 49.5%. Trelawney Northern, and you have Tova Hamilton, the incumbent, leading Dr. Wickham McNeil, 7,408 to McNeil, 7,198, 131 of 146 boxes. St. James Southern, Nikisha Burchell of the PNP continues to lead.
Completed.
Oh, in fact, I didn't see the tick. It's completed, so she has won it for the PNP. So that's 1 pulled back for the PNP from their loss last time.
Where it begins.
St. James West Central, 71 of 106 boxes. Marlene Malahu Fort, 4,193 to Andre Houghton of the PNP, 3,633. And Clifford Barnett has 15 votes.
I think what we're seeing is that the election is really down to the wire and still anybody's game at this point in time. I think what the major
You don't think the PNP has lost?
No, I think their play is for us to. I think there's two plays for us to reach at least at 32.
Okay. Feel like I'm listening to the Democrats watching the election and thinking that Kamala Harris still had a path. Hillary had a path.
There's a play for us, and I can see the play. Hopefully, it materializes.
You can see the path
But
of victory.
I think, yeah,
I tell you, I hear the Democrats.
Yeah, you were counting on Manchester Central, though.
But I guess we traded it for West Central in St. Andrews.
Okay, here's St. Catherine. Here's St. Catherine Southeastern here. This is 129 boxes out of 135. And we have the PNP's Alfred Dawes with 7,405 to Robert Miller of the JLP, 6,939. Casey and Radcliffe of the JPP with 64 votes. So 6 boxes left to count here. This was one of those seats that the PNP had some infighting in.
Yes.
And the question was whether it would have hurt Dawes. St. Mary's Southeastern. This is 109 boxes out of 112. And we have the PNP's Christopher Brown having pulled ahead a bit now with 6,313 votes. JLP's Norman Dunn, 6,293. Mark Hutchinson of the JPP with 25. I am sure I heard Ron said this one was taken for the JLP. I'm sure I heard that.
I'm St. Mary
He also said it was
the chairman's seat.
No, sir, I'm sure said the other one. But all right. St. Mary Western, 129 of 147. Bobby Montague, JLP chairman, with 8,182. Omar Woodbine?
Yes.
Of the PNP, 7,403. Chase Neal of the JPP with 31 votes. St. Ann Northwestern, 127 out of 135. Crystal Lee is holding on to the lead with 7,428 votes. The PNP's Gabriella Morris, 7,077. And here's St. Ann Southwest, 81 out of 105 boxes. The incumbent Xavier Main of the JLP, 5,561 votes to the PNP's Danishka Williams, 4,104. Clive Edwards of the JPP with 30 votes. Go ahead.
PNP has taken Kingston Central.
Sorry, you have to talk louder.
This is showing that the PNP has taken Kingston Central. Let me see. With 100% of the boxes counted. It's
okay. Here we have it on screen. Steve McGregor pulled ahead. This is magisterial recount. 4,739 over Donovan Williams of the JLP. The incumbent 4,727. Swanee did the maths for me. 12 votes.
12, yes.
All right. This one is headed to a magisterial recount, but the preliminary vote shows Steve McGregor of the PNP the winner. Garth Barnett of the UIC with 23 votes. And just to say for viewers and listeners that when you have these kinds of close results, as I said, it's inevitable the parties are going to ask for a magisterial recount. When you see like 200 or 50, that sounds like a small margin, but you're not overturning that in a magisterial recount. 12 votes they might be hoping to overturn. Clarendon Southeastern, Pernell Charles Jr., 94 boxes out of 144, 6,004 votes. Sian Barneswell of the PNP, 4,805. Sian Thomas, 38 votes. So Clifford, you start perk up again. You know, I'm looking at the scales on the two sides. Yeah, at which point one is up and one is down. Here's Northern Clarendon, 95 boxes out of 100. The PNP's Wavell Hines, 5,000. Okay, this declared for Wavell Hines. So the cricketer heads the parliament. So we'll have a cricketer and an Olympian, it looks like.
Yeah. No, well, Nether Soul is but he played for Jamaica. He was another cricketer in Parliament years and years ago.
But even what's his name? Former PNP Gensec. His name is slipping me now. He's in St. Andrew.
Who? Julian?
Julian. He's a former cricketer.
At the youth level.
Yes. Okay. Good.
Yeah. We're talking. Yeah. 129 boxes of 135. St. Ann Northwest, Crystal Lee continues to lead, 7,547 votes to Gabriella Morris, 7,242.
That's slimming.
Manchester Northwestern, 99 boxes out of 105. 4. And this one, okay, Michael Phillips of the PNP, 6,687. Damian Young of the JLP, 5,516. And Trisha Stewart Angus, 36 votes. Okay, let's just give you this last one and then we go to the break. So this is nearly completed. So we can say Everard Warmington, this has been declared. Everard Warmington retains his seat. Let's go to a break. Stay tuned. You can hear some of the critical seats. We're still waiting to hear final results. We're back in a moment.
Okay, so we are almost there, but is there a possibility that the Prime Minister, pro God, could lose his seat? Like, I never saw this coming. Andrew have been in that seat for a long, long time, but for him to be trailing in that seat now, this shows that the whole thing with the Integrity Commission is really affecting him. And this would be very interesting if he lost that seat. I doubt it, but the fact that it is so close, that is not a good thing for the Prime Minister. That is going to impact him negatively if the JLP can pull this one out. But that is very interesting. But as I said, we're almost there. I just saw someone post in the chat that Nationwide call it already. That is crazy. Isn't it too soon to call it? I know Nationwide Cliff Hughes like to be the first, and I think puts himself in a lot of trouble trying to break news story. But no, I still think it's too early. It's too close to call. So yeah, I wouldn't follow Nationwide.
For staying with us as we continue our live coverage of the 2025 elections. This is Vote 2025. Kalisha is at the EOJ headquarters. Kalisha, what's the latest?
Thanks, Dion. So far, 96% of all boxes counted, and we're seeing the Jamaica Labour Party still maintaining the lead, 34 seats for the Jamaica Labour Party so far, to the People's National Party 29. Going over back to our chart here, looking at the Prime Minister's seat, that's St. Andrew West Central, we're still seeing where the People's National Party's candidate is maintaining the lead in that constituency. 87 of 105 boxes to go, so we're still not there as yet, Dion, so things could change in that constituency. Going over now to St. Andrew West Rural, where the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate, the incumbent Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, she is still leading in that constituency, 8,290 votes to the People's National Party's candidate, Joan Gordon Webley. She is at 7,157 votes so far, 138 of 140 boxes right there. Now moving further to my right, well, we have some of the declared seats on top in terms of the Westmoreland Eastern, where the People's National Party won that seat. Going down now to Manchester Central, where just one box to go, and the Jamaica Labour Party is maintaining that lead in Manchester Central. Going over now to Portland Eastern, and all the boxes have been completed, and the People's National Party's candidate, Isaac Buchanan, has won that constituency. Now, Dion, I will be providing some more updates shortly because we're almost, as I said, almost there, 96% of the boxes counted. It's back to you.
Thank you so much, Kelisha, and really, really interesting here what it is we're seeing. And let me check in with our politicals and see how they're doing. Clifford?
I believe that there's still, I still believe there's way for us to go, but regardless of how it pans out, I think the big sign that we're getting from the people across the country is that they want change. They want to see some form of change. I think
this is a spinning that has
and I see that's the signal that we're getting. The people want change. We're seeing it in the Prime Minister's seat, and we're seeing it across the country as well.
Consistency is key. At the start of the night, I said we'd win, and we're there. We're almost there.
Well, one owner didn't have it right because the two of you said you were going to win. So, you know.
Yeah, but
it could be a tie.
It's clear when you look at seats, Rhoda Crawford winning, holding on to that seat. When you look at Xavier Main performance, when you look at Norman Dunn holding on in his St. Mary's seat.
Tell me what has surprised you.
A surprise is that Anne-Marie Vaz. It's a big surprise. I had Mrs. Vaz in my numbers. It was a seat I thought would have won. It's not to be based on what we're seeing so far, but that's a big surprise for me tonight.
Clifford, what's that surprised you?
Manchester Central was a surprise for me. I think that's a seat that we comfortably could have taken. So seeing how well Rhoda played out, that was very much a surprise for me.
Okay. You did that, perhaps you misinterpreted or underestimated the kind of work she's been doing?
Yes. Well, I think in my head how I had it, or that her I guess win in 2020 was mainly because of how broken the PNP base was at the time. I thought at the time, Donovan may have done the necessary work to mend the fences in that seat. But I guess her being known to be a hard worker is enough to push her, or was enough rather to push her across the line.
There's Clarendon Southeast, 120 boxes of 144. And we're seeing Pernell Charles Jr., 7,617. Cian Barneswell of the PNP, 6,832. Cian Thomas with 49 votes. And where are we going next? So one of the Charles siblings remains in Parliament. Trelawney, Northern, we still have 5 boxes left. Let me see what y'all think about. Oh, this is, all right, me and the maths. Tova Hamilton of the JLP, let's stick to the numbers. I can't go wrong reading numbers. 7,894 to the PNP's Wickham McNeil, 7,746. St. Elizabeth Southeastern, 94 out of 109. Franklin Witt of the JLP, 8,000. Okay, I think 8,220. And Norman Scott of the PNP, 6,176. Raymond Dobbs of the JPP, 39 votes. St. Andrew East Rural, 129 of 137. Juliet Holness, 8,617. Patrick Peterkin, 7,865. Kamisha Hendricks has 46 votes, and Purcell Jackson, 38. Purcell, I think. St. James West Central, here we go. Haven't seen this for a bit. 80 boxes of 106. The JLP is Marley Malahoo Fort, 4,704. Andre Horton of the PNP, 4,122. Clifford Barnett, 15 votes. And St. Anne Southwestern, 86 boxes of 105. Xavier Main of the JLP, 5,837. Danishka Williams, 4,280. Clive Edwards of the JPP, 30 votes. St. Anne Northwestern, 133 out of 135 boxes. And Crystal Lee of the JLP, 7,971 to Gabriella Morris of the PNP, 7,317.
Oh.
St. Mary's Southeastern, 1 box left here, and Norman Dunn of the JLP, 5,006. Let's start over. Norman Dunn of the JLP, 6,592. Christopher Brown of the PNP, 6,575. Mark Hutchinson, 26.
And that may be the seat I was thinking of in terms of the third candidate. Perhaps his vote making the difference. We don't know which way it might have gone, but, it raises that possibility.
Central Kingston as well, because the independent in Central Kingston got 23.
Yes.
And there's a difference between Steve McGregor and Donovan Williams of 12.
Trelawney Southern, 26 boxes of 96. Marissa, I feel like we've been stuck here. Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, 1,787. Paul Patmore of the PNP, 1,486.
But if we could just pause on the counting on the numbers a little bit, because, you know, coming into this particular election, what I had and what I've been sharing throughout the night with Clifford are the seats that the PNP had to take back to win the election. Southeast on the screen now is a weather vane seat. It has voted for the winning party for the last 5 elections, and it has given the nod in this instance to Franklin Witter retaining Southeast. I suspect a similar thing is happening in Southwest, which is the other weather vane seat where Floyd Green there is challenged by Miranda Wellington. And I expect the same out of Western St. Mary. We see the results here for Southwest with some boxes to go where Xavier Main is leading Danishka. So I had about 21 seats that the PNP needed to topple tonight if they were going to win. There's Western St. Mary, the other weather vane, completely declared for Robert Montague, even though the polls going into this, some of them showed that he was treading water. So he's beaten hometown boy Omar Woodbine, not by a lot because he's coming from thousands, but he's won it. Yes. So against the 21 that I think the PNP needed to take, so far they have taken only 14. So the 14, as good as those are, they don't appear that they will be sufficient for them to win tonight.
Okay, hold that thought. We're going over to Western Hanover, where Anthony Lugg is on location.
Thank you so much. So I'm just outside the Watson Taylor Park here in Western Hanover, where the counting is still going on over here. I'm now joined by a PNP supporter who is outside here. She's extremely excited. Talk to me about how you're feeling right now.
I'm feeling extremely happy at this time because I know that Western Hanover is going up to the People's National Party. And I know that one by one, as Damien Crawford said, they are going away.
It's still early days yet.
I
The
know.
counting has not finished yet. But why is it that you're so confident?
Because of the votes that we already get so far, we know that we are leading. You understand me, though? I know that Heather Miller is going to be the winner for Western Hanover tonight.
All right, thank you so much. So, as she just said, Heather Miller is going up against the incumbent Tamika Davis of the Jamaica Labour Party. We will be here on the ground. We will be monitoring the situation. It's back to you in studio.
All right, thank you so much, Anthony Log, for that. And as you can see, we have our reporters on the ground, and here you're seeing the numbers. This indeed has been called for Heather Miller Bennett of the PNP. Let me see, there's one box left, but the numbers here, 6,969 votes to Tamika Davis's 5,859. Leonard Sharp of the JPP picking up 54 votes. And we're back with West Central. Has this moved? This hasn't moved. This is the Prime Minister's constituency, listeners and viewers, and we've been seeing this result for a little while, so we're, of course, monitoring closely to see where it's going and what's happening here. That's St. Andrew West Central. Just to remind our viewers that we are on radio as well, which is why you hear us reading a lot of the results. This is Clarendon Southeast, 140 boxes of 144, Pernell Charles Jr., 9,207 votes to Sian Barneswell, 7,770. Called no for Pernell Charles officially. Had it been called before?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
And by the
So
way,
I think which one I haven't seen for a while is that other St. Elizabeth seat with slowly.
that's Northeast.
Yeah, slowly.
Yes.
slowly
Zulika won that.
We haven't seen it come
Didn't
up.
Zulika
Yes.
take that?
Was it declared?
I think so.
Well, it
Zulika
hasn't
just-
come up for.
You could declare.
By the way, it's
that.
particularly
99% of the
important
votes are
because of what has happened with the telecom services. Many people are actually listening on radio.
Right.
So it's very important that they get these results.
Yeah.
Here we go. This was with one box left to go, 124 boxes of 125. Zulika Jess of the PNP, 8,283. So this indeed has been declared for Jess of the PNP over Delroy Slowly of the Jamaica Labour Party, who at this point had polled 7,693. And Myrie of the JPP picked up 20, and Joseph Patterson of the UIC picked up 11 votes.
This is a long-standing PNP seat. This is really just a rebalancing of everything with the anomaly of 2020. This is Kern Spencer, Raymond Price, and then Evan Redmond. This used to be a very strong PNP seat, so no surprises there.
I
Roger
would say
Clark's
though,
old seat
I
as
would
well.
say though, I would say though that I think one of the things we have seen is, I mean, the rebalancing you're speaking of, sure, but at the same time also an indication that the voters can't be taken for granted.
No.
Look at Northern Trelawney, for instance, where we're seeing this. Has this been declared yet? Okay, Tova Hamilton, 8,062 votes. Wickham McNeil of the PNP, 7,788. So I take your point, Emily, but I also think that we are seeing a new generation of voters, and that seats that previously had been thought safe. I mean, Central Kingston is not going to be in anybody's safe column going forward. Declared no for Tova Hamilton. So Wickham McNeil, having traveled across Western Jamaica, wasn't successful in terms of getting back into Gordon House via Trelawney Northern. And again, this was a
PNP seat.
This my point exactly.
This is a big victory for the Labour
Big
Party.
victory there. I agree.
Tova Hamilton. She won in 2020, and she's back. She's going back to Parliament. Hardworking member of Parliament. I'm very happy for her, just as I'm happy for Rhoda Crawford and many other persons.
Okay, we in fact have Nakinsky Robinson, who is in Trelawney Northern. Let's go to her.
I'm now at the Trelawney Multipurpose Stadium in Falmouth, where the counting has been concluded for the Trelawney Northern constituency. And the word that I'm getting from the election officials is that the seat was successfully retained by the incumbent member of parliament who was seeking a second term as MP, Tova Hamilton. Now, she is the first female member of parliament for Trelawney Northern, and she has successfully done so tonight from what we've heard. She was going up against the People's National Party representative, Dr. Wickham McNeil, who is the political juggernaut, who is not new to the scene at all. And so he was seeking redemption because he was unseated when he served as member of parliament for Western Westmoreland in the 2020 general election. We saw very frantic and chaotic scenes here tonight where even one of the Jamaica Labour Party supporters, in the height of their excitement and partying, she passed out and she was rushed to seek medical attention. We've not gotten any word as to her state right now, but we're hoping that she is recovering well. But now the place has been emptied out. The lot is really and truly emptying out right now. As you can see behind me, there's a huge Jamaica Urban Transit Company bus. And just before we started this video, we saw very long lines of traffic emptying out the lot, heading back onto the main road. So the polls have closed, the counting has ended, and it seemed to have been Miss Tova Hamilton from the Jamaica Labour Party who was first past the post tonight.
I think we were talking about the seat, and as I was saying, I think this exactly makes my point. The parties can no longer afford to be complacent and think of seats as, oh, safe PNP or safe JLP seats. And I think that's actually great for the country, great for the constituencies themselves, and overall, as I've been saying, great for democracy.
Yes, I agree.
Quite a few of the young women from the JLP who won in 2020 have been returned in 2025.
Right.
Over Hamilton, Rhoda Crawford,
Crystal Lee.
Okay, here is Juliet Holness's seat now. St. Andrew East Rural, 130 of 137 boxes declared for Juliet Holness. So the former speaker holds on to her seat.
Yes.
If we can spend a moment and try and figure out what is happening in West Central St. Andrew, when it comes up on the screen, I want to see what is going on with the Prime Minister.
Well, I mean, the numbers hadn't moved, so.
Right, but when we get our update, it will move in favor of the Labour Party.
The numbers,
right, so the same.
It's the same, that's what I'm saying. It's been the last 2 or 3 times it's come up, it's been the same. So I suspect the next time we see it, it'll probably be completed.
Yes.
I know a lot of the time, well, I get nothing. I know a lot of the time,
That
the
is
people
why-
who are
that is-
watching the counting.
And that is why I'm saying when it's changed the next time, you'll see party leader Dr. Andrew Holness.
I mean, what we have here is that Northeastern, or what my side is saying, that Southeastern St. Mary has been called for Norman Dunn. Not Norman Dunn, for Christopher Brown.
Yeah. No,
So-
sorry, you just got yourself in a whole heap of trouble there with your party people there.
Well,
So
right
said-
now,
there it
right
is.
now,
Yeah.
Dr. Dunn is leading. Yes.
But it hasn't changed from where it was before.
Right. So there's only one box left there, and so you are saying that
You're saying it's been called
We're
for.
saying
that one box has given him.
That's what I'm getting.
Yeah.
That's my understanding as well. By 12, I understand
Another
Norman
one
Dunn
going
has
to
lost.
magisterial.
Another magisterial recount.
Yes, but we will see.
So whose column was that in for anybody?
That was a mistake for the PNP in my column. They needed to take back Southeast St. Mary. And they have, but again, I said, based on my count, it's still coming up a little short because of, the other areas that have not come fully. Yeah. So.
That's one of those cases, if indeed that win is confirmed, in which the PNP finally managed to take back a seat that has been with the JLP now for several terms.
Yes. Two. And they've taken as well the Southeast St. Catherine with Dr. Alfred Dawes. That is also a big win. Robert Miller losing there, I think we already showed that. But again, when they didn't manage to wrestle Central Manchester from Rhoda Moy, that's a big, really big win or hold for the Jamaica Labour Party. So you do take one there, but then you don't take the other, and the numbers just don't add up. Yeah. Marlene Malahoo Fort as well in West Central St. James. I think you were hoping to take that one.
Yes.
You may come up just a little short with that one, even though it's not yet officially completed in terms of counting, but we shall see.
Okay, let's just since you mentioned that, this is the latest we have from West Central St. James, 82 boxes of 106. The JLP's Marlene Malahoo Fort with 4,788. The JLP's Andre Horton, 4,192. Clifford Barnett, 15 votes. We'll go to a break. We're back with our live election show in just a moment. Thank you so much for staying with us. You're watching TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 general elections in Jamaica. So let's just take a moment and bring you up to date with everything that's been going on. I'm your host, Dion Jackson Miller, and with me, Earl Moxham and Emily Shields from the RGR Gleaner Communications Group. Also with us, we have Ron Walsh. He is from Young Jamaica, an affiliate of the Jamaica Labour Party. Clifford James with us as well, from the PNP-YO, the youth arm of the People's National Party. Jamaica's parliament has 63 seats. Now, in the last election, 2020, the Jamaica Labour Party had won with a landslide, relegating the PNP to only 14 seats. So in this election, which party would get 32 seats first and would therefore form the government? And the last count we had got from our reporter who is at the Electoral Office tracking was 34 seats for the, here we go with the national count. Now, I think these are the declared seats, the completed seats, if I'm correct. 29 for the JLP and 28 for the PNP. The last count we had got, though, in terms of how all the seats were trending, was that the Jamaica Labour Party was leading, we had been told, in 34 seats, and the PNP leading in 29. So there are a few critical seats that we have still been watching. And here we have St. Mary Southeast, and the PNP's Christopher Brown has taken this with 6,642. He has defeated the incumbent Jamaica Labour Party's Norman Dunn, 6,631, and that is an 11 vote difference. Got it right that time.
Well, pause on that because this,
just
I
one
think,
second.
Is the
Mark Hutchinson of the JPP polled 26 votes.
I'm almost sure this is the second time for an 11 vote win in St. Mary Southeastern. Didn't Dr. Winston Green win by 11 over by the same Dr. Norman Dunn before? So this is interesting. We'll also head to a magisterial recount, but on the night, each of them having the 49.9%, but just split by 11 votes.
All right, we're still stuck on this, but just to remind our listeners as well, the count that takes place on election night is a preliminary count. Now, after tonight, then we will have what is called the final count. At the end of the final count, the parties then have the opportunity or the chance, if they wish to apply for what is called a magisterial recount, which a parish judge would do. Normally you do that when you have a very, very small margin. And I was saying a little bit earlier on in the evening, a margin of 200 votes or 100 might sound like a very small margin, but you're not going to get that overturned in a magisterial recount. That is when now the parties are going to scrutinize, and the judge would scrutinize every single ballot, and you start to get arguing over where this X was marked and if this ballot was invalid and if this one was discarded and should not have been discarded. So there is a process that is going to be put in train as soon as tonight's preliminary counts are over. Here we have Trelawney Southern now, box 44 of 96, Marissa Dalrymple Philibert with 2,823 votes, and the PNP's candidate Paul Patmore, 2,608 votes. Just a reminder for our viewers, for our listeners, you'll hear me, all of us, we are here reading out the counts. That is because we are live on not just radio, but also not just TV, not just the internet, but also radio. So we are accommodating our radio listeners as well. And we thank you all so much for being here with us, wherever it is in the world you are joining us from. We know we have a huge following in the diaspora. We're happy to have you here with us as well. So that one, that still looks like only about 50% gone there. And I know we had heard that Paul Patmore was
likely to do well.
Yes, yes, but we'll see what happens when the final numbers come in there. So I would ask you, Earl, is there anything that has surprised you so far?
No, I expected it to be very close.
Yes.
And therefore, I'm not surprised at how close it has turned out to be. I think for many persons, the fact that with 18 boxes left in West Central St. Andrew, that the Prime Minister is at least by what we have seen, trailing at the moment. But there are still 18 boxes to go, so he could very well, bring it home still.
One of the things our listeners and viewers will have heard throughout the night is you will hear one of the panelists saying something like, it depends where the boxes are coming from. So in other words, you might have one candidate leading in a particular constituency, but if the boxes left to come in are coming from a stronghold of the other party, then you could see that result turned inside out. And that's basically what it is we're kind of seeing happening throughout the night. Sometimes you see the seesawing of the votes going between the two candidates. A lot of the times that's what's taking place. Okay, so now the issue in relation to what happens as soon as this is over, as we've said, the party that is declared the victory, we're going to be declared the victor. We're going to expect to hear, because of course, viewers and listeners, we are going to be with you until the end. So we are going to be waiting to hear whoever gives their victory speech, whoever gives their concession speech. And we were talking the other night, Earl, about a night, in fact, when there was no concession speech.
Yes, and that was 2007. I think it was 2007. It was that close, and Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller did not concede that night. They were awaiting some recounts.
Yeah.
But by the next day, it was clear that the JLP had won.
Just as though the JLP will win tonight again. So,
Well, we.
So they all actually prepare two speeches. We're here, you have to have two speeches, or people just come out and talk.
Well, I wouldn't know, but I'm sure that the leader of the Labour Party would have prepared one speech, because from the get-go, it was clear that Jamaicans would choose Jamaica, and we're seeing it tonight.
Okay, you never stop. You don't stop. You don't stop. Clifford, come.
I'm just curious, are they choosing Jamaica? Because from what I'm seeing, the PNP has gained massive ground in this election, regardless of who becomes the Prime Minister. I think that's one thing that the PNP should tap on his shoulder.
This is a sport, right? This is a sport. You have to have a winner. You have to have a loser. Tonight, you're the loser.
And clearly, the most honorable Andrew Holness would not be the winner in this situation. Well,
of course, he's leading the Labour Party to victory.
St. Anne Southwest declared for Xavier Main, and we previously declared the previous seat, which kind of went fast.
Crystal Lee and Danishko.
Right, declared
Danishko
for, there we go, declared for Crystal Lee of the Jamaica Labour Party. 8,050 votes to 7,488 for Gabriella Morris of the People's National Party.
Right.
Gabriella Morris had been a senator, throwing her hat here into the representational ring. So coming up short this time around.
This means there's no change at all in St. Anne. The PNP went in with Southeast, which is their bastion. They've held that. This is Lisa Hannah's seat, Foggy Mullins' old seat, crucial to the PNP base. Northeast St. Anne, which is Shahini Robinson's old seat, has been held by Matthew Samuda. St. Anne Northwest, Crystal Lee won that in 2020, and she has retained it, fought off the challenge by Gabriella Morris. And then St. Anne Southwest, that's the Xavier Main seat that he has also held, that particular one. So there's no change between 2020 and 2025 in St. Anne.
So here's a question now. So let's assume for argument's sake.
Him and the party to decide, I suppose.
Yeah. Emily?
Yeah, there are a couple ways that I will look at this. I keep saying that 2020 was an electoral anomaly. It still is in many respects. so that what has emerged from 2020 is that the people are willing to re-elect a very hard-working member of parliament, even if that member of parliament started out as an anomaly in 2020, but they've continued to doing good work. So I say this, so I believe Rhoda Moore Crawford, I believe Crystal Lee, and Tova Hamilton, who had some issues, she has clearly rebalanced them. And perhaps it is setting a new sort of trend. If we look at it that way, then perhaps for Mark Golding and the PNP, they shouldn't be so swift to seek to discard him, because they're coming from a point where Dr. Peter Phillips was perhaps deemed to be an individual who could not take the PNP to where the PNP is at this time.
And a lot of people hadn't thought Golding would be able to cross the line at all.
Right.
Can I just jump in on you and say that I'm hearing that the official voter turnout has come in at 38.8%, which is bad.
That is 1% above the COVID year.
Yes.
And I certainly, based on the crowds I saw and the anticipation, I thought we were heading to a 55% voter turnout. So I don't know what has gone wrong, why so many people have not, but that is something we said we should study again, as we said at the start of the program.
Yeah. May I take you back to the question of Mark Golding's future in the PNP as leader? We have got to the point now where, so he's 60 this year. If they go to the full term, this incoming administration, he would then be 65. I think more and more voters are not looking too kindly in the Jamaican context at someone taking the reins of government heading towards 70. And I think that might, despite what I said earlier, it may be one of the things that they will consider when deciding whether to stick with the leader or seek a younger person to take them forward.
We're going back to EOJ now with Kalisha.
Thank you so much, Dion. So we're almost there. 99% of all the boxes counted. And what I'm seeing behind me, the latest figure just refreshed, the People's National Party leading in 30 constituencies, the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 33. Now, I'm going to tell you the areas where we're still waiting on all the boxes to be completed. St. Andrew West Central, 83%. The People's National Party leading in that area. Going down now to St. Andrew East Rural, the St. Andrew East Rural, where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in that constituency. Trelawney Southern, 78% of all boxes counted, and the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in that constituency. Moving over now to Clarendon Northern, 97% of all the boxes counted, and we're seeing where the Jamaica Labour Party, is trailing in that constituency in Clarendon Northern. We're going down, I think that is it in terms of the progress report for all the constituencies so far. So we're waiting just on a few more constituencies to go. We're seeing where Trelawney Southern, that's the one where we're having only 70%, just over 70% of all the boxes counted in that constituency as well, Dion. So, we're seeing another change, Dion. I tell you, the things can change quite quickly here at the ECJ. I'm seeing now where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in 34 constituencies, and the People's National Party is leading in 29 constituencies. And as I said, we're almost at the finish line. It's back to you.
Thank you so much, Kalisha. Great work that you have been doing for us throughout the night. And as you're saying, they just about an inch there from the finish line. So the whole issue now, in terms of the extremely close seats, I think it's two we've seen.
Yes, two so far.
Yeah.
The Central Kingston and the
Southeast St. Mary.
Southeast St. Mary, which is, I mean, there have been elections where we've seen quite a few more that have been very, very close. But we were talking there about the voter turnout because, again, this suggests that neither party is exciting the electorate beyond your narrow base. If we can't even get to 4 out of 10 registered voters deciding to come out to vote. So I'm not sure where that leaves us or where we're going with this project we call democracy.
By the way, despite all that has been said tonight about the individual performances of MPs, one wonders what impact the last minute promises in terms of various forms of tax relief, etc., might have had on the votes in some of these constituencies where, you know, somebody's decision to go, for example, for the promise of minimum wage increase, or go for the pension, or go for the 3.5.
Because one of the things I've been saying, in fact, is that the polling numbers that we had been getting, when I looked at the dates that the pollsters were in the field, so many things happened after that.
So it wasn't tracking with those.
Yeah, in terms of debates, in terms of the announcement, in terms of the, you know, the even the manifestos in some cases being released and what was happening. So I always felt that those poll numbers weren't going to give us a really indicative sense. But as Don said, his polls had indicated that we were going to see a close election, and indeed we've seen that. And I think there's been a lot of attempts to try and discredit the RGR Gleaner Dunn Anderson polls, and I think what we're seeing here from this election is that they were tracking.
Yeah, well, it was always going to be a close election in my view. And I think the context is so important. This is the first time ever that a Jamaica Labour Party government is facing the possibility of a third term in office. And on top of that, all of the challenges.
Hold on, Emily. Here's an update. 93 boxes of 105 in the Prime Minister's constituency. He's now ahead here. 5,387 votes to Paul Buchanan of the PNP, 4,904. So 93 boxes, so that is 5 and 7, which is 12 boxes left to count.
Disciples. No, I can visualize Desmond McKenzie wiping the Prime Minister's face with the change in the set, because that must have been a moment. Paul Buchanan did say he's going to unseat Andrew Holness, and he has come pretty close, but things are changing. Yeah, Trelawney South, I think we had a look at that before.
Declared.
No, it's declared.
Yes.
So it has reverted to the norm.
That was
in terms of expectations.
That is Marissa Dalrymple Philibert. She walked out the parliament, she resigned, she went back, she won the seat in a by-election. They call her Mama down there for good reasons, Mama D, and she's back.
She has delivered
once
again.
But I'm saying the context of this election is that it's an historical first for the JLP. And there is a third term syndrome. As we look at West Central, St. James, where Marlene Malahoo Fort is leading with 91 of 106 boxes there. She's leading Dr. Andre Horton, 5,157 to 4,710 for Andre. So you're battling that third term syndrome, and for all of the kitchen sink and so forth that has been thrown at Andrew Holness and the Jamaica Labour Party, one really shouldn't be able to recover from that and to even win a third term with all of those conditions prevailing. So I think when the history books are written, there are a lot of pluses that have to go to the JLP, a lot of pluses too to Mark Golding for bringing back the PNP from near virtual electoral dead to making them reclaim some of the seats that they lost in 2020.
I think we're seeing live pictures here of the JLP headquarters.
Yes.
So we're waiting to go back to the headquarters and to hear what's happening. Of course, as soon as the various leaders are ready to speak, we'll have that live for you as well.
And by the way, if indeed the turnout for this election is only 1% above 2020, it also says something about the significance of the PNP's move from 14 seats last time to 29 or thereabouts this time. It would seem, therefore, that the PNP has recovered a significant portion of the vote.
Because when you looked at the numbers, you know, between 2016 and 2020, yes, the voting was down and people are saying COVID and so on. But when you looked at the actual numbers, the PNP had lost 127,000 voters. The JLP had lost only about 28,000.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned, there were some constituencies in which the JLP actually managed to increase its vote count. Is this the same number or it gone
No,
up?
it has gone up.
97
Yes.
votes, 97 boxes here out of 105. And your wholeness of the JLP, 5,989. Paul
now.
Buchanan of the PNP, 4,923.
Right. And I think a story will have to be told as well about this come-upance with the 3rd of September. Because it was the 3rd of September 2007.
Yes.
3rd of September 16?
16, yes.
2020 rather.
2020.
And now the 3rd of September 2025, which is the first.
And we get ourselves into a cycle where every 3rd of September
is probably talking fixed election day, but it will be the 3/3 of September for the first third term for the JLP.
Just to say, this seat has now been declared for Prime Minister Andrew.
As expected, as expected.
You did say that.
As expected.
Very good run, Mr. Buchanan. Very good run, Paul Buchanan. You did promise you'd beat Andrew Holness, and you came pretty close to that, because I didn't even look at West Central in my calculation because I thought it was a done deal. But he's done well. Yeah?
Clifford, you ready to concede it? There has to be a point.
I think regardless of who becomes the prime minister, who walks into Gordon House as government, the PNP has done amazing tonight in many different ways. Coming from where we were at with 14, with our broken base, the part that was in ruins. I think Mark Golding and Dayton Campbell has done well in bringing back the party and has represented what the PNP is to the Jamaican people, and has sold the PNP to many people as well. Because as I said before, the whole country in general has signaled that they want some sort of change, whether it is from the MP level or whether it's from the national level. They want to see some sort of change.
But still with only 38% of the vote.
There are various accounts for that, like the mishap with today and the growing trend of voter apathy. But in general, people want to see some level of change.
I think what the Jamaican people want is to continue with the Labour Party. When you look at what has happened since 2016 until now.
Sorry, hold on. The voter turnout doesn't support that, because what you have is the maths, 62% of registered voters who never came out at all. Right. So that's 3 out of 4 registered voters came out. 6 out of 10 didn't come out. Now, when I did the math in 2020, when we had about the same voter turnout, when you actually looked at how many people had voted for the party in power, which is a JLP, it was actually only 20% of registered voters. So because the voter turnout is so low, you're essentially a minority government in terms of support from the voting public as a whole. So it's one thing to say, yes, we won, but surely it must be sobering. So that's why I'm taking issue with you saying this is what the people wanted, because in fact, it's a minority who have put you into power. I know it's winner takes all and first past the post.
I agree, but at the same time, it is the persons who come out to vote. Yes. So what we have.
No, stop right there. That's the point, Listen to what you just said. The persons who came out to vote, most people didn't. So what that means is that those most people didn't want either of you. So what does that say about how you relate to them and how you relate to the country?
And that's where I'm going.
Okay.
I think that is what we have to do as political parties. We have to engage. We have to find new strategies to engage the Jamaican people. And that is something that we, as political parties in the country, will have to start to look at, because it cannot continue at 37. I think it was about 37 point something last election, and now it's at 38.
We don't have the COVID excuse again.
37.8.
In 1993, I believe it was 60%. Thereabout. So it
60.28. Yes.
60.28. So.
But in all fairness, Rowan, I don't know what can be done to get people out. If people were not electrified for this election,
hold a stick up in for me. Let's go over
what.
to the JLP headquarters. Andrew's on location.
The government at the time.
Thank you very much, Dion. The mood here at the JLP headquarters shifted a bit earlier when they saw the numbers of Paul Padmore in the Prime Minister's constituency when he was leading a bit. So the numbers shifted a bit. I'm going to speak to this supporter. When you saw the numbers shifted for the Prime Minister's constituency, what was going through your mind?
I mean, I wasn't devastated by that. If you recall the last election, when the count started for the Prime Minister's seat, he was also trailing. So if you look at the historic count of that seat, you see that the Prime Minister is always trailing, and then in the end, he became victorious. So tonight was no different for me because I understood what happened. It's not my first time in an election. So while he was trailing, I knew that in the end, the Prime Minister would come home. He is our 1 p.m. He is our brogan. He is the helm of the Jamaica Labour Party. So there could not be a third term without Andrew Holness. So once we knew that we were winning the third term, Andrew Holness had to win his seat.
Were you always a JLP supporter?
Yeah, well, from the time I started following politics, I became a JLP supporter because I vote based on policies and not family lines and traditions. So I'm not a die-hearted comrade or a die-hearted JLP. I vote based on policies and the history of Jamaica's politics as well. So the JLP has always been better in terms of managing the economy. The JLP is founded out of a need to support the working class. I am a working class. I'm looking forward to climb that corporate ladder. And the JLP has statistically in history done better for working class and for the economy. So I had to support it.
Right, and very quickly before we go, because we got so excited to talk, I forget to ask you your name and which constituency you voted in.
So my name is Ramon Bradshaw, and I voted in Eastern St. Catherine. It's not PNP safety, but I still exercise my right to vote.
Thank you so much. And as you can see, Dion, the party-like atmosphere has started again here at Belmont Road, and we'll check in with you later.
Thank you so much, Andrew. So let me just go back to the voter turnout issue and give our listeners and our viewers a sense of where we're coming from. Just to remind you, you're watching TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 general election. I'm Dion Jackson Miller. Thank you all so much for staying with us across the platforms, on radio, on TV, on YouTube, on onespotmedia.com. Those of you here at home and those of you abroad, we are happy to have had you, and we hope you continue to us. We're taking you right till the end of tonight. All right, so if we just look at the later years, because we know, earlier and all kind of things that go on. So if we look at from 96, let's choose 97. That was a 65% voter turnout, right? 2002, we were down to 59%. 2007 was 61. 2011, we're at 53%. 2016, as I said, the first year we fell below 50% with 48%, and 2020, 35%, and now 2025, 38% voter turnout, only 4 in every 10 registered voters bothering to come out and vote. Emily was saying something before we paused, saying she's not sure what else we can do. But Emily, my view has always been, I have never thought that the two major parties have seriously tried to attract anybody other than their base. When you even look at the campaigning, what is the campaigning? It's under the point, orange and green, and make noise on the campaign trail. It's fun to watch. It really is. But for people who are not inclined to join in the carnival and the singing of the songs and whatever, and want serious engagement, what's that?
Carnival of the absurd.
For people who are not looking for that, I have not seen either party making any serious attempt to pull in everybody else.
But let me try and respond to it. I don't know the answer to all of that, but the numbers can't be quoted in a vacuum. When we were at 1997 with 65.22%, there was 1.1 million voters on the list. In 2002 with 59.4, there was 1.3 million. In 2007 with 61.4, there was 1.336 million. For whatever reason, in 2016, we jumped to 1.8 million people on this voters list. 1.8 million in a population of approximately 3 million. And in September 2020, we're at 1.9. This election, we're at 2.07. Where so much people come from on the list when we have 3 million people in Jamaica? Is the list completely clean of dead people? And are there dead people on the list who can't make it? And so the voter turnout will never be larger than it is because we have a ballooning list for hundreds of thousands of people that we need to double check. I don't understand it. And the reason I'm asking this question tonight is because I have been watching elections since 1980. This is the first election. I'm seeing such fervor and energy. Every man and them dog. Every animal in the house energized.
Hold the man and the dog for me. Let's just go to the break. Told the updated voter turnout figure, 39.33%. 39.33%. And we're back right after this.
Yes, so I guess now we know the results, and we know that the Prime Minister I called this from day one, from the first set of videos that I did covering this upcoming election. I called it. I said, look, the People's National Party is not going to win because they didn't put themselves in a position to win. Like if the election was called last year, it's possible, but the prime minister, they were smart and they wait until last minute. And I knew from the jump that the prime minister would have won a third term. And it's funny because earlier, 5 o'clock today, like I put in that, yep, I thought that it would be 34 to 29, and it looks like that is what it's going to be. So I don't know what's next for the opposition leader, Mark Golden, but it is obvious that, they're going to have to do something because, the same reason why I didn't think that the People's National Party could have won because of the feud. First of all, like, I told people from Sister P, from the kick out Sister P, and then, stab Lisa in the back, and Lisa had to leave the party. I believe that they have an issue. And honestly, I don't think that they have made any attempt to resolve the issue yet. So it is going to be very interesting going forward to see what approach they're going to take, because I believe that if Mark Golden tried to stay, the party is going to even sink further. And I know Damian Crawford has been putting in the work, and Damian Crawford probably thinking now that he's up next. But for whatever reason, I think that, Bunting is going to, come out and stunting, and he's going to want to take over the party. So it is going to be very interesting. And I know, like when I play that voice recording, when I released that video last week with a voice recording, a lot of people's like diehard People's National Party supporters said, "Oh, yo, that an old time video, old time recording that was 4 years ago. That now have no relevance to 2025." And I say, look, I know Lisa Anna now for 30 years. Lisa Anna is a hardworking woman. She's been juggling her business from she won the Miss World. Lisa Anna has been working nonstop, and I know for certain
also a newly minted member of parliament. Congratulations to him on his victory in Eastern Westmoreland, and all the other members of the campaign team who worked with him. There are a number of names there. I don't want to attempt to go through all those names because I'm going to probably forget somebody and then I'll regret it. But they have done a tremendous job. The communications team, I want to thank them publicly for the work they have done. And that is a night and day kind of job. Starts very early in the morning and goes on till late at night. So their commitment to the task at hand is remarkable, and I want to thank them deeply for it. All of our candidates who ran in this election and their campaign teams, I want to thank them for their effort, for their commitment to the country, to the democratic process. I want to, of course, congratulate the 29 who have been successful tonight. And we have more than doubled our number of MPs tonight. And for those who were not first and didn't, they still committed themselves extremely well. And I want to say that this was a wonderful demonstration of the maturity of Jamaica's political process, that we could go through such a closely fought election without any violence to speak of. And, we must all give ourselves a round of applause. In our homes, if you're listening, here at PNP headquarters, because that was not always the case. And I want to just thank all of the pioneers who led that process to where it is today, where I think we can safely say that Jamaica is a place that really cherishes and respects the democracy that we have built. I want to thank the people of Jamaica for having received us so well and having given us hundreds of thousands of votes and given us 29 seats. We don't take that for granted. We thank you for your time today. I know the voting was often painfully slow, and that's an issue which more will have to be said about, because it's an undemocratic situation when people, elderly and other people, have to be in the hot sun lining up to vote for sometimes hours. And it should not be that way. We should do better, and we have to do better. I must tell you that I'm proud of the platform that we put forward for the people of Jamaica. It was a truly progressive platform, a platform that offered a radical reform to the land tenure issues that have plagued this country for centuries. A radical platform that would have enhanced the standard of living and quality of life of those working families that are struggling to survive now by giving them significantly lower tax burdens on their income. Progressive in a social justice sense as well, around issues such as beach reform, contract work, and other things which really need to be addressed because there are injustices in our society which cannot be tolerated and should be modified and rejected in their current form. So I just want to thank all of the team that came together and developed those ideas and put them forward boldly and without reticence. And I think that for many Jamaicans, they saw the benefits and the power that that platform and those ideas and proposals would have delivered. So ladies and gentlemen, for us, it's a difficult night. This is not an easy speech to make. One doesn't want to, one wasn't hoping for a result which is not success. And it means that the government will get its third term and we will have as a nation to deal with that going forward. But the People's National Party, I'm happy to tell you, is alive and well, is a powerful political organization. And has embraced modernity in its methods and has definitely, I think, over the last few years, come a long way towards being a competitive political force in Jamaica. And as the General Secretary said, the work begins right away to prepare ourselves for the next opportunity to offer ourselves to serve the nation in government. And I believe the people will, in due course, give us that chance. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, the word is love. Power to the people. God bless you all. Thank you for your support.
Listening there to the president of the People's National Party, Mark Golding, giving his concession speech. The final seat count, 34 seats to the Jamaica Labour Party, 29. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that in case I mislead anyone. Just to remind everybody that what has been done tonight is a preliminary count. So the seat count at the end of the preliminary count is 34 for the Jamaica Labour Party, 29 for the People's National Party. The final count is going to take place, and then we're expecting, certainly in at least those two constituencies in which we saw razor-thin margins of about 11 and 12 votes, we are expecting those to go to magisterial recount, and then we'll see what happens after that. We are seeing on screen the Prime Minister at JLP headquarters, seeing there a jubilant Desmond McKenzie on the mic as well, seeing Delroy Chuck, and we will be handing over to the JLP headquarters soon as well. Babsy Grange, and you can...
Horace Chang.
Horace Chang, I saw Kamina Johnson Smith there as well.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And we're witnessing for the first time in contested elections a Jamaica Labour Party government that is having a third term. They had two terms between 1980 and 1983 was uncontested, and they faced the possibility of a third term in 1989, but 83 being uncontested. This is the first contested third consecutive term that they have won, and this says something about the organization as well, with all of the challenges that this particular man had, and all that he was made to answer for, some of which will continue after this election, and no doubt intensify because of the increased numbers on the opposition benches in the House of Parliament. So it does promise to be an interesting parliamentary year.
There's something else very interesting to the Andrew Holness story. In addition to getting a third successive term as Prime Minister, he also had that very small term from October 23, 2011 to
29th of December.
Actually to the 5th of January when he handed off to Portia Simpson Miller.
Just to remind our listeners and viewers, what Earl is referring to there is the fact that Bruce Golding, former Prime Minister, stepped down as Prime Minister. Andrew Holness was elected Prime Minister by his colleagues in Parliament.
By agreement, yes.
Yes, yes, I was trying to find the right word. Thank you so much, Emily. By his colleagues in Parliament, and on that occasion, he gave in to the call from the People's National Party to call an early election, which he lost. But he certainly, in the meantime, regrouped.
Yeah.
And you could see his political growth during that time in opposition.
And had he not survived that challenge in 2013, he would have gone into obscurity.
That's where I was getting to, because, leader...
Sorry, challenge, remember?
Challenge, internal challenge from Audley Shaw.
Yes. Leader got the party just after the Mr. Golding stepped aside. And of course, there was some chaos inside the political movement. He navigated those difficult times, but not only that, he has really structured and organized this political party into a modern political party. 2013, challenge for leadership. 2016, won the election. 2020, massive landslide victory, right? 2025, again, Andrew Holness has led the Jamaica Labour Party to yet another election.
Okay, I know Clifford, we need to bring in Clifford, but before that, let me go back to Janello to show us what Gordon House will now be looking like.
Thank you so much, Dion. Well, when we started this broadcast, in fact, leading up to today's election, it was 49-14. But after the ballots have been counted, it is 34-29. Now, will Gordon House continue to look like this after the magisterial recount? Well, we will just have to wait and see, Dion. Until then, it's back to you.
Thank you so much, Janella. As we've been saying, one thing is for sure, we're seeing a much more balanced parliament and likely to be all the better for it. Clifford, your comment on listening to Mark Golding there.
I think though we may have lost, I think a lot should be credited to him and Dayton Campbell. We have brought back what the PNP was, a unified party, a strong party, a competitive party there in the elections. So I think there's a lot to tap on our shoulders. We've moved from 14 to now 29 seats. That's a lot to do in this other short span of time, especially coming out of a very serious leadership challenge. And, many things mounted against him. I mean, especially multiple seats where we have past members who are going against current PNP challenges in these seats as well. So I think there's a lot to be glad for as a comrade myself. And there's a lot of work to be done, but I don't think we're in a bad position now. We may not have formed the government, but I think we're in a good place. I think what the party should do now is not to go back to where it was in that 2016 time after we had lost then. I think now we should work our way out and just move forward.
Well, the party hasn't shown that it can manage leadership challenges very well, though. I mean, the last is what, 3? Just ripped you apart.
That's something I hope we have learned. And I'm now going to apply, a different metric of how we take on successions, if there's any, or if any is even required at this point in time.
Okay. But you feel how?
Is that I feel?
How you feel?
Currently now?
Yeah.
I feel good. We have moved from 14 to 29 seats.
Okay. Mr. Golding's concession speech earlier is always something that's important.
Very important. I think he struck some right notes. It was a bruising campaign, and hard words were exchanged, and so I think it will take time for some sort of cooling of some of the feelings between the two parties and the two leaders. But he did what was expected of him under these circumstances, and it is in keeping with Jamaica's democratic traditions that we do that. In fact, we have done better than the United States sometimes in that respect.
All right, so we're still waiting to join the Prime Minister to hear his victory speech, but let's go to another break. We'll soon come.
And you at home, we will continue to choose Jamaica. Strong with them. Thank you. Hold on, because we're preparing ourselves for the third term address from the greatest prime minister and leader in the Western Hemisphere. You have a right. Very right from Central St. Catherine, Babsy, Olivia, Gray.
I just want to say to all of you, I thank you for demonstrating that you have faith in our leader, the most honorable and the wholeness. I want to thank you for showing that you have faith in the members of parliament of the Jamaica Labour Party and those who have committed themselves to serve you. I want to especially thank my people in Central St. Catherine, in Spanish Town. And I want to thank those who don't belong to the Labour Party, who voted for the Jamaica Labour Party. I want to say to all of you in Jamaica that the Jamaican people know what they want and they know what is good for Jamaica. And that is why we have been given the third term. And your lives will be better because we are going to be doing that much more for you. I want you to just pray that God give the leader the strength, the wisdom, and the stamina to continue to serve Jamaica and fight for Jamaica. Love your man and cook food. Love you all. God bless you all. And God bless Jamaica, land we love.
Thank you. Coming up, the 7-star General of Area Council 1, General Chuck.
Thank you so much for staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections. I'm Dion Jackson Miller. You've been watching a live feed there. Well, I think you can still see it on the screen of the Jamaica Labour Party headquarters. They're jubilant, they're triumphant, they're celebrating. So the Prime Minister is still to speak, but what we're seeing is a lot of the key people, key officials in the parties coming up and speaking before he does. And just to remind you, I have been here throughout the evening with Emily Shields and Earl Moxham from the RGR Gleaner Group, and also with us from Young Jamaica, Ron Walsh, as well as Clifford James from the PNP-YO. Thank you all so much for having been with us throughout the evening. We're not done yet. We still have the Prime Minister's victory speech to go, all right? So just hold on for that. And let me see. Next, of course, as we said, over the next few days is going to be the finalizing of the count, and then after that, we start to see the admin work being done, the putting together of the cabinet. Let's see who is going to stay in the cabinet, whether some of the older members will continue, or whether we're going to see a more shaken up cabinet now.
I think what you may see is continuity for a couple of years, and then some of the older members of the cabinet then transition out. That's my thinking. I think I've seen that sort of approach in the past, rather than going for, just broad changes at the beginning.
Of course, as well, with 34 is still a decent number, but of course it's reduced
Yes,
from
the options
kind
are
of
somewhat reduced.
the kind of huge number that he had in the previous administration with 49 MPs, and then of course he can pick up the 4 from the Senate as well.
I put it to you, for example, that Ed Bartlett, who has been widely regarded as a quite successful tourism minister,
Yes.
I would expect him to continue in that capacity in the cabinet.
Yes. Horace Chan.
Horace Chang at National Security.
Delroy Chuck can probably sit it out.
No. You think?
Yes. Yes, he's on his last term, and I think there are a lot of young people there who can take it up and run.
And just to be clear, when I said no there, that had nothing to do with my personal opinion. It's
Yeah.
based on what I've been hearing from people around him. It sounds as if he's still raring to go.
I think there will be a blend. I think there will be a blend.
Of the young and the old.
Yeah, I think there will be a blend.
I think by now the Prime Minister has developed the capacity to speak to some of these senior members in terms of when he wants to make a change.
Right.
Somebody had said to me that they never thought he would have been able to successfully move Nigel Clark into that former Derek Smith constituency without, a huge fallout, and he did manage. So he clearly has the political chops. Absolutely.
Not only that, I think Andrew Holness has really stamped his mark on the Jamaica Labour Party. He's fully in charge of this party at the moment, and I suppose too he is able to sort of recant or take back a view he held. So, for example, in North Central, St. Andrew, in Casamuda's old constituency, where they appear to have endorsed Christian Tavares Finson to be the candidate there, and there was a bit of furore on the ground, and Delano Seawright the entire process was recalled, and Seawright put in. So he has his hand on the wheel, but he's not unprepared to step back and to redo if there is some sort of disruption. Right. And he now has Delano Seawright there, who is able to do a lot, continuing with Ed Bartlett in the Ministry of Tourism Ministry and so forth. As I said, for me, Delroy Chuck has been good at justice because he's brought a lot in terms of lobbying for the judiciary and the budget. But there are some younger people now. He's on his 7th term and final term. We need to be looking at a new breed of young people in a JLP cabinet who can look at putting up a good fight for the next election.
At the same time, we're going to be looking to see who Golding puts in his shadow cabinet. He now has more choices in terms of people who will be in the lower house and who will therefore be able to speak in the lower house. So for instance, what we had over the past few months was an Alfred Dawes, who was not sitting in Parliament, but was a spokesperson on health. So Dawes has now won his seat, so we'll certainly be hearing him on the floor of the Parliament. Tell me what you're expecting, Clifford.
I mean, I expect the shadow cabinet to remain similar to how it is right now, but I think just have greater impact on the policy instead of like just having somebody outside who's not in Parliament talking. They're in Parliament, they can go toe to toe with the government counterpart. As for example, the security minister, if Peter Bunting wins as opposition spokesperson on security, he has that ability now to speak directly to Horace Chang and give his point of view. So I think we're at a better vantage point in voicing our concerns, and I think to the Jamaican people, also to the Parliament, to try and have some change.
Because what we saw a lot in the last Parliament was that Mark Golding had to take an awful lot onto himself. He was speaking on almost every issue in the lower house.
Let me say, there's one thing that worries me about this the closeness of the election, I'd really like to see us get on with constitutional reform. And part of me has been of the view that is only a landslide, one way or the next, that would cause us to move on that.
How though? Because we had a landslide last time and we got nowhere.
No, that's the point. Because the 14 in the House became so loud that it nearly drowned out the 49. They were so loud and the fever were always building to an election. Let alone now, when we have a slim majority in the lower house, I don't know how we can get on with any constitutional reform if the gridlock remains and is fortified, if the opposition continues to be of the view that they want the movement from the monarchy to be twinned with the CCJ. And I fear we will not move in the next 5 years if positions don't soften, and perhaps the numbers won't allow positions to soften.
But change in that regard, because when the PNP had a landslide majority, it didn't get the cooperation from the JLP in opposition either.
Which is when?
From the 90s going forward. Remember, you know, the constitutional reform process was very much alive. Then it was a big thing.
All right, stick up in. And listeners and viewers, this issue of constitutional reform, some of the major changes that would have to be made in the Constitution require the support of both the opposition and the government. Both would have to vote together. The government would need the opposition support right now, certainly in the lower house as well as in the upper house. What we've seen over the past, how much years, is the two sides unable to agree. Most recently, the most recent attempt at constitutional reform, the government wanted to remove the monarch as our head of state, as well as to create a republic. The opposition's position was that if you're removing the monarch, they also wanted to remove the Privy Council as Jamaica's final court. I'm less optimistic than you, Emily. I've gone on record as saying I don't think it's happening anytime soon, constitutional reform. And I'm going to go further and say now that the Prime Minister has reiterated, because I know he said it before, he has reiterated that his belief is that we need a Jamaican court as our final court of appeal. We are going absolutely nowhere.
No, but I don't think that's all the Prime Minister said. He said he prefers that, but he thinks on such a fundamental issue, we should hear from the people whether they want to remain.
But if that is a signal that's coming from the government and coming from the Prime Minister, an indicative referendum is not going to go that way.
No, as far as I understand the Constitution, the problem with the final court is, even though we don't require a referendum to change from the Privy Council, because the Privy Council is deeply entrenched in the Constitution.
No, it's not.
The Privy Council
no,
is.
No, it's not. We can remove the Privy Council. We can remove the Privy Council. Difficulty is what we replace.
But that's the point. So
Privy Council is not
no,
deeply
hold on a second.
entrenched.
Let me finish the point. We can remove it, but they require the court with which we're going to replace it to be at the same level of entrenchment as the court we are replacing it with.
And hold on, because I always want to make sure our viewers and our listeners are following. The Privy Council has said that if Jamaica wants to remove the Privy Council, it can do so. It does not need a 2/3 majority in both houses of parliament to do it. So for instance, it could have been done the last time around, based on the majority that the government had in parliament. What the Privy Council has said is that to put in place a replacement, you then need the 2/3 support, meaning both government and opposition have to work together. So I'm making the point that the Privy Council is not entrenched. We could remove the Privy Council, and Jamaica could, it wouldn't be desirable, but Jamaica could exist with the Court of Appeal as its final court, having removed the Privy Council.
So there are two layers, as you said.
Okay, clearly me and Emily are going to have to pick that up another time. Right now, let's go over to JLP headquarters where the Prime Minister is about to speak.
This bell is not an easy bell to ring. I wouldn't be surprised if Bustamante rang this bell. But I carried the symbol of the party today because it is such a historic moment that this is a victory for our founder, Bustamante, for Sir Donald Stanster, for Hugh Shearer, for Edward Philip George Tiaga, for Bruce Bowling, and I want to invite Mrs. Carla Siaga to just come and acknowledge the moment and take a bow to the crowd. Because all of this Mr. Siaga still, as well, he must be happy. So, Desmond, just you are only allowed to hold the bell temporarily. Do not ring it. I have a few things to say early on. Firstly, let me thank the thousands of Jamaicans who prayed for me personally and who prayed for the government and the country. I want to thank my wife and one of my sons is here, Adam. Come on, guy. Of course, the superwoman. And my mother. I want to thank them personally. I mean, you know, a political campaign, sometimes, you know, when they see the personalities, they forget that they are human beings with feelings and emotions, and they can be objectified. It's very difficult, but I want to thank my family here and abroad and all over who have withstood a tremendous onslaught, but they never gave up on me or on the people of Jamaica. I want to thank the political team. I think we have the best political team in the Caribbean. But allow me to, I do this at a risk, but I'm sure everyone will agree that my Deputy Prime Minister, Horace Chang, the General Secretary of the Jamaica Labour Party, deserves special commendation. You know, there's a special bond that has to be between the leader and the General Secretary of a political party. And Horace and I have been working for the greater part of 30 years together. We have been very good friends and very good professional associates. We have a mind share, and we are both very much committed to Jamaica, like everyone in the team. I want to thank you, the supporters. You would know how much you mean to me. you who squeeze up on the bus to come to the meeting, who go on the long motorcades with us. For all of you who take on the PMP them when you hear them with the lies. But for all of you who have stood up and chosen Jamaica, I say thanks to you, the supporters of the party. You make us stronger, and we stand here on your shoulders. And thank you. God bless you, and I love you. Today, Jamaica won. Jamaica won this election. Yes. The majority of voters decided to choose Jamaica. Make no mistake about it. This was not victory by default. Make no mistake about it. This was not an easy victory. Make no mistake about it. This was a fight. But we did not descend my political organization. We did not descend to the gutter to fight. We did not seek to trick the people to win. We did not seek to tear down anyone to lift up ourselves. We did not seek to tear down Jamaica in order to be able to administer the affairs of Jamaicans. We ran a clean, disciplined, focused, well-organized campaign. And we proved that we can run a decent campaign and win. And that is how Jamaica has won. That is how Jamaica wins. Our democracy by this election is proven to be intact. There are those who are trying to seed a view that the mere fact of a third term is a threat to democracy. There are those who are trying to carry the idea that regardless of how well a government performs and merits to be re-elected, it shouldn't happen because somehow that is a threat to democracy. Well, today has dispelled that because we went through the toughest battle in any democratic society in the region to stand here and say we will be the government for the third time. And I want that point to be understood. We contested the election with the highest level of decency and morality. The people came out. We do have our concerns about the turnout, but the people who voted, the majority spoke and chose Jamaica. So I am satisfied that our democracy is strong. But I wish to assure all Jamaicans who participated in the elections or who did not participate in the election that my government will continue to be respectful of, uphold, and advance democratic institutions and protect the democracy of this country. There are some things that should be said. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. Jamaica is at a special place today. It is an opportunity. For me, it was also a personal challenge. And I would just like to say, when you face challenges and you look for the opportunities, rise to the occasion. Look at yourself. You know you're strong. No one can stop you. And after all the attacks, the lies, the rumors, the innuendos, I am still solid as a rock. They just can't stop me now. Now, in the third term, as in the first and the second, we must guard against arrogance. We must develop an even keener ears to listen to the people. We must be focused on addressing the needs of the people. And while it is clear that the majority have spoken and chosen the Jamaica Labour Party, geographically and traditionally, there are still those who may not share that view. And for varying reasons. One reason is they say, yes, we see prosperity in some areas, but they want prosperity to come now to their community, to their driveway, and to their doorway. This government, in our third term, must be laser focused on ensuring that there is prosperity for all Jamaicans. And just to be clear, prosperity doesn't mean riches. For some people, prosperity means peace. They want to live in peace. For some people, prosperity may mean their children getting to university. For some people, prosperity is a car. For others, it is a house. But for most people, it is the road fixed in their community and water in their pipes. And so, We must be focused on delivering these basic public services, which means prosperity for so many. But Jamaica is more than that. Jamaica is a potential to be realized. And for decades, we have underperformed. The story of Jamaica is that we have done so much as a country, but we could have done so much more. For the first time, an electorate has said, we will reward a performing government to continue to deliver the promise of Jamaica. The promise of cutting murders and crime and bringing Jamaica finally to peace, the peace which we had 60 years ago. We can have peace in our country. The promise of Jamaica being a growing and robust economy, which we had 60 years ago, we will continue to fulfill the promise of the growth of the Jamaican economy. We will continue to fulfill the promise of a knowledgeable, educated, and informed society, where every child can have access to the best quality education. We will continue to fulfill that promise. We will continue to fulfill the promise where every Jamaican can have meaningful employment and earn a meaningful income so that you can fulfill your own personal dreams and aspirations. We will continue to fulfill that promise. And we will continue to build a society that is just. A society that is fair for everyone. We will continue the work that we have started in our second term. Now, as I close my presentation to you, our political organization, like any other organization, must renew itself. The third term is also an opportunity for renewal, to attract new people, to expose new talent, to refresh ideas, and to place to the Jamaican people a continued, credible political organization that can always ably lead the government of the country. So we will not be laying back comfortable in victory. No. We will be rebuilding, refreshing, renewing, and preparing to be a credible alternative to the opposition for the fourth term of a Jamaica Labour Party government. So labor rights, Jamaicans, your democracy is strong. You have made the right decision to continue with a government that performs, because it sends a signal to governments to come that the way to win is by performing, by doing, by achieving victory by merit. Third, in our second term, we created a momentum. We are on the right path, heading in the right direction with the right trajectory. That should not be broken, and the Jamaican people share that view, and therefore we will continue to use the momentum to accelerate the development of our country and to ensure that you can get the benefits and the aspirations that you have all wished for. And fourth, we commit to being a responsible, caring, and fair government. That is my commitment and the commitment of my team to you. We will be the political party to move Jamaica from poverty to prosperity. I continue to be your 1 PM.
Okay, you are listening there to Prime Minister Andrew Holness. We're going to get final comments from our panelists, but let's just go to a quick break and we come back and wrap up. Okay, and this is TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections. I'm going to go around the table and get quick final comments from my guest, Ron Walsh of Young Jamaica. You first.
Well, Prime Minister spoke about thanking the team, you know, because of course it was hard work. He thanked the team, which was good. He thanked his family, you know, the supporters, and he thanked his general secretary. Many persons don't realize that Dr. Horace Chang has been general secretary, led us to organize the party with the leader 2016, 2020, and now 2025. Excellent work. He's a genius at what he does. I have worked with him before, and I see that he's very good at his craft. He spoke about running a clean campaign. All right. Spoke about a clean campaign, which was very good. We did that, right? And he has put all the members on their guard. We must listen to the people, and we must focus and address the needs of the people. I think it was a good speech, and I think he also mentioned renewal, which is also important.
Yeah, that's a whole other discussion. Earl Moxham.
The building of Jamaica is a long-term project, and therefore this is just another moment on that journey. And I think we need to see it in that context and look to how we move forward over the next 5 years and beyond, because each step along that journey prepares us for the next step. And it's important for both the governing party and the opposition to understand that they have a role to play in the development of the society, but it is not just up to them. They have to take into consideration also the views and concerns of so many other Jamaicans here and abroad.
Emily.
Interesting night. History making. I think part of the Prime Minister's speech, the first half, he seemed to have been dealing with a lot of the personal attacks that were leveled at him. It sounded very much as if he was still campaigning, first half of the speech. Second half, I think he came around to understanding that he is the Prime Minister. He's won his third term. So he reminded himself to guard against arrogance. They're going to have to watch it with this parliament, because I think the parliament is going to be extremely antagonistic. It's a completely different space. And on top of that, the people are going to be looking to him to deliver a lot of what they have promised in very short order. And it's going to be one of the most difficult third terms that any government is going to have to live through. I look forward to the renewal. Don't know where it's going to come from, because the numbers are reduced in the lower house, but let's see what can happen.
Clifford.
All in all, I think the People's National Party is in a prime position. One back from ruin, one with a united base, and one that has faced the past two elections beautifully. So my word to the party and its leadership is just simply continuity. As for the Jamaica Labour Party and Andrew Holness, congratulations on their win. But I think even Dr. Holness himself realized that his win is not in a vacuum. And even in his speech, he mentions it's time to know for people to feel the gains of the economy, because people are signaling and say, hey, we want a change, we want to feel what's happening. So hopefully now we can see people at the center of his policies.
Okay, it just remains for me now to thank, first of all, my panelists, Ron Walsh from Young Jamaica, Clifford James of the PNP YO. I want to say thank you so much. You gentlemen have been fantastic. It's been great having you with us. My top colleagues, Emily Shields and Earl Moxham, and our top news and production teams. And as well, you are top audiences. Thank you so much for having.
Wait a second. Just before we go, I think we have a release from the Electoral Office concerning the local government, the by-elections there.
It says the JLP received majority votes in 34 constituencies. Okay, in the local government by-elections, the JLP candidates received majority votes in all 3 electoral divisions: Chancery Hall, St. Andrew, Northwestern, Olympic Gardens in St. Andrew West Central, and Dedham Town in Kingston Western. All right, and the overall preliminary turnout for the by-election, 36.1%. Thank you so much for that, Emily. And as I was saying, thank you so much for having been with us, whether you've been on TV, on radio, on YouTube, on onespotmedia.com, whatever the channels you've been watching on. We are privileged and blessed and grateful to have had you with us. I'm Dion Jackson Miller for TVJ's Vote 2025. No?